but absolutely rips on his backhand out here at Supers. So he's competed in past Jbay Classics as well. So that's an 8:15 start, guys. Settle in. It's going to be a good day of competition down here. Tell all your family and your friends to come in as well. Find a spot on the boardwalk or the beach. And we're going to get underway with competition pretty soon. So if you guys have just showed up, the contest is on for 8:15. So we've got about half an hour to start. And we do have a couple fun little waves rolling down the point. We do predict the conditions to improve throughout the day. So we've got some lovely offshore winds and a couple nice little waves rolling down. So we're going to see Team Duza up first. So his team comprising of Sage Eriksson, Sierra Kerr, Tidley Island, Josh Kerr, and Stephen Sawyer. So all accomplished professional surfers. We've got a couple locals. We've got an American as well as 2 Australians in the heat. And of course, we are so excited to see these guys get going. So the format is, it's going to be a team challenge. So the surfers will head out there as a team and they will be scored and judged within the 1 hour and 15 minute time allocation for their team. Hey, morning Dwayne. What's happening, bro? So after the Duza team, we'll see Team Gilmore, followed by Team Aki. So we're going to start off the morning with the team challenge, and then we will look to possibly go into the twin fin heats. It's going to be 45-minute heat. We'll start with the women, and then we'll move into the men. So we are so excited. The last couple of days, it's been a bit small down here at Supers, and it looks like we've seen an improvement in the swell. It's going to be building throughout the day, and it should get better and better. And we're watching a nice little set roll down the point right now. I'm sure Team Duza is going to be frothing to get out there. Not often that you get to surf super tubes with 6 others out. So once again, So as mentioned, huge thank you once again to all of our sponsors for making this happen. So there's going to be plenty of other events happening throughout the day. We'll see Corona and Red Bull activations. So stick around throughout the whole day, but our eyes are going to be focused on the surfing, of course, here at Supers. So huge thank you, Corona, Red Bull, the House of Mandela, Sealand, Grit, Dawn Patrol Wines. We appreciate all your supports, Kocha local municipality as well. Thank you guys for all the efforts that you put in. So 8:15, we'll get going with heat number 1, Team Duza. So stick around, don't go anywhere, tell all your friends to pull in, grab a cup of coffee from InFood and find a nice seat on the boardwalk or the beach, and we'll be back with you guys shortly. So to just get some more information about the structure of the heat. So if you guys are really interested to see how this team challenge works, listen up right now. So there are 7 participants in each team. Team Duza. Sorry, 6, my bad. Being reminded by our computer operator. So there'll be 6 in each team. So obviously we got Team Duza up first. So how it works is the guys in the team will be able to catch waves throughout the allotted time slot, which is 75 minutes, an hour and 15 minutes. So the best score for each surfer will go towards the team total. So that's the best score for each surfer in the team. The 6 surfers will go towards the team total. And then the best tandem wave will also be scored by the judges. So that's really exciting. It's not often that you see surfers intentionally dropping on each other in a competition. That's definitely not what we normally look for. But there's going to be an intentional team tandem wave that's going to be scored for each team, and the best tandem wave will go towards their total. So the surfers have got an hour and 15 minutes to surf. Their best score individually will go towards a team total. Obviously, all of those team scores will be tallied up towards the end, and a grand total will be placed together. And then, of course, the tandem wave. So we want to see a really good tandem wave. Want to see you guys going up and over, Chris, and crossing all the way down the line, and that's going to hopefully contribute towards a good score for your team. And it is quite a nice long heat for these 6 surfers. They got an hour and 15 minutes to surf out there. So it's about performance. It's also about just having fun and gelling well with your team. I really like the concept from the WSL Africa that they put together for this event. Of course, this team challenge just being one of the different disciplines here at the Jbay Classic. You'll see the twin fins as well as the short boards, thrusters. And like I said, we are looking for the swell to improve throughout the morning and hopefully the afternoon. So we're in for some action. It's going to be a good treat down here. And it's not often that you get to see these guys in a heat all together. This is a once-in-a-lifetime event. I can tell you that. Adriano D'Souza, Sage Eriksson, Sierra Kerr, Tidley Island, Josh Kerr, and Steven Sawyer all in a heat together out at Supers. And look at this along the horizon. We've got a nice-looking wave. Surfer taking off at Boneyards. So some potential out there in the water. So after Team D'Souza, we'll see Team Gilmore. On Team Gilmore, it's Sally Fitzgibbons, James Ribbing, Sean Holmes, Mikey Febb, and Matt Wilkinson. And following them, we'll see Team Oki. So all three of these teams will get an hour and 15 minutes to surf out in the lineup. Team Oki will see Coco Ho, Joseph Faulkner, Sarah Baum, Frederico Marias, as well as Luke Thompson. And a nice little wave being ridden down the bottom. So we'll see those surfers in heat number 1 of the team challenge heading out there pretty soon. So I'm just going to call all the free surfers along to start making your way in, start catching your last wave, please, free surfers. So guys, listen up for my co-commentator Greg Emsley. He's going to be walking around and possibly interviewing some of the surfers. He's going to be looking for the team captains for the next 3 team heats. So that's going to be really exciting. So Greg's going to be walking around. He'll be interviewing some of our surfers as well as our captains. So he'll take a little stroll just now to the athletes' deck. So guys, find a spot. It's going to get busier and busier as the day unfolds. Of course, 8:15 starts if you guys have just gotten down here. So guys, we're just going to do a siren test. I repeat, this is going to be a siren test. So that was just a siren test. Sorry, we tried to warn you guys. So the siren is working. The whole neighborhood is woken up as well. And we are ready to get underway for competition. So if you haven't woken up just yet, we hope that woke you up. And we are going to get underway in just about 15 minutes from now, just over 15 minutes with heat number 1 for the day of the team challenge. So good morning. Hope you guys have gotten your breakfast from InFood and you guys are going to settle in to watch a great morning of surfing down here. Once again, a big thank you to all of our sponsors down here at the event, including Corona, Red Bull, and many more. Without them, this would not be possible. Huge thank you as well to the Kouga, 'Coca' Cola' local municipality. And we're watching some fun little lines roll through. I'm sure Team 1 is waxing up their boards. They're getting ready to head out there. And just the format once again, so the best scoring wave for each member of the team will be tallied up, and there'll be a grand total for each team in terms of the points that they have accumulated. So that's the best wave will be judged and put into a tally. And then also the best tandem wave will be scored between the teams. So that's super exciting. It's not often that you intentionally drop in on your mates when it comes to a surfing contest or a heat, but there's going to be a tandem wave, so the better the surfers surf the wave, crisscross, zigzag, whatever you'd like to call it, they'll get scored on that by the judges. So the tandem wave will be allocated to their total as well. All right, thank you so much, Greg. He was interviewing captain of team number 1, Adriana D'Souza. So they'll be ready to get out there at Supers pretty soon. And just a call to all the free surfers to please just make your way in. Those free surfers, please make your way in. So otherwise the skis are going to chase you guys in. So we are looking to start at 8:15 with heat number 1 for the day of the team challenge. It's going to be an hour and 15-minute heat. So Team D'Souza up first, followed by Team Gilmore. We'll see Team Aki later on as well. And just the format, so the best wave from each surfer in the team, their scores will all be put together. So that's the best wave for each member. So each member of this team will be contributing a score towards the grand total. So that would be put together, as well as the best tandem wave. So if you don't know what a tandem wave is, the surfers will be surfing together. So 2 surfers on 1 wave, hopefully performing some stunts, crisscrossing a little bit. And then the best tandem wave will be added to those scores. Of course, the grand total then will be made up for the team, and they'll be competing against each other, the 3 teams. So we'll see team number 1, D'Souza, head out into the water pretty soon. So they will be wearing rashies out there, so you'll see them clearly as they paddle out. So just a call to the free surfers to please make your way in. Free surfers, start paddling in over the bricks pretty soon, please. So we'll see those surfers make their way out into the lineup pretty soon. So those free surfers, please make your way in. So we're almost ready to go here from the tower for day number 6 of the Jbay Classic presented by Corona. The team challenge is going to get out there. And guys, this is such a unique event. It's the first time that we've run an event just like this at Super Tubes, the Jbay Classic, with all the 3 different disciplines, twin fin, thrusters, as well as the team challenge. And guys, I can tell you, this is probably a once-in-a-lifetime experience that you'll get to see all of these guys in one team, ripping it out there at one of the best, or if not the best, right-hand point break in the world. It is the best right-hand point break in the world. Super Tubes. So free surfers, please make your way in. The surfers will be making their way out into the lineup for heat number 1 of the day.
All right, folks, as we do prepare for our surfers to hit the water, look at these couple of sets. So positive signs here for the day of surfing. Beautiful wave coming through onto the car park section. All right, Jeffreys Bay, let's give our first team a round of applause. They're on the beach. They are heading out into the water. Our first ever team event here at Jeffreys Bay, the World Surf League. And Team Duza, looking like a good unit here. They've had a great chat, strategized. They would have looked at the opportunities on that last set. We'll see how they position in the lineup to start. And this is such a cool concept. I can't wait to see these various teams and their strategies. And just on the way past, had a quick chat with Aki. He's the third team that will enter the water. He seems to think he's got a few advantages. But the old guard certainly got a few tricks up his sleeve, and he's pretty amped for it. Of course, Team Duza heading out first. We're just seeing some lines filling into the bay here. So this is good signs. The swell is out there. A little bit west to start. But we are seeing the charts telling us that we're going to see the swell swinging a touch more south through the day, and hopefully giving us some really good set waves throughout the day of surfing. So once our Team Duza is in the water, we will get underway. All right, so Team De Souza, we've got 5 minutes to the start of your heat. 5 minutes to the start of that first heat. All right, surfers, hold your positions. No more surfing. We've got 1 minute to the start. So 1 minute to the start of our first ever World Surf League Team Challenge here at Jeffreys Bay. All right, set your watches for the start, surfers. We're going to count you down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we are on, and surfers are in the zone. Team De Souza strategizing who's going to get the first wave out here. First ever team challenge. Paddling up and riding. Oh, it's a lovely wrap off the top. Huge snap behind. Oh, ripping through this first wave. And into the tube. And out. So it looked like Adriana on that first wave. Right, so Adriana de Souza, your team captain, opening up with an absolute cracker. And Sierra Kerr on that second ride. So what a way to start the team challenge. Get a set wave off the bat. Start logging in some early scores.
So a couple waves coming in there. We saw Adriana de Souza on the first one. Sierra Kerr on the second wave. So scores to come in. So we remind you guys how this format will work. Each surfer in the heats will contribute to the team total. So the best wave for each surfer will be tallied up. All of those scores will be put together. So every surfer will contribute a wave, their best wave. It's going to be put together into a grand total. And of course, there's going to be an opportunity for a tandem wave as well. So will we see a father-daughter tandem wave, Josh and Sierra Kerr? That's going to be cool to see. So we've got 72 minutes on the clock, of course, an hour and 15 minutes for each team. And that was so cool to see the team walking up the beach. So throughout the morning, we'll be talking to you guys from the tower. My co-commentator Greg Emsley is also going to be walking around the deck, interviewing some of our captains. And it's great to see you guys down here this morning. We've got a couple of fun waves, and it looks like we are definitely going to see some good surfing throughout the morning. So guys, stand by for the scores a bit later on. So scores will be coming through. So we've got lots of time in the heats. We've got over an hour to go, an hour and 10 minutes more or less. So we'll let you guys know what those scores are, and then you'll know what to improve upon. So the best score of the heat will be going through. And looks like a possible paddle for Adriana de Souza. And up and riding, 2015 world champ, 2012 Jbay champ. He's just going to have to kick off the back. So that was his second wave. And of course, it's not going to go into his scoreline. Only the top wave for each surfer will contribute towards the team total.
So Johan, we do see the strategies playing out early. We saw Adriana getting the first ride with Sierra on the second wave. They now opted to sit a little bit wider, give space to their fellow teammates to find their good waves. But also what happens is some of those sets do push wide, and you get that car park section one every now and then. So they could be in position for a wide one that their other fellow teammates are a little bit deep on. So I like the strategy. You could see Adriana and Sierra talking a bit about that. And they'll probably hunt. We saw Adriana looking at that little wave. They'll maybe hunt a few smaller ones and just see if they can better those opening scores. Remember, in our trials, we did see some surfers getting some really good scores on one maneuver. We see Adriana de Souza ripping through this one. So buckets of spray coming off his board. And of course the other thing is a little bit colder today. The water's cold, so it's good for him to keep loose and warm. We did see Eli Bucas in that trials getting scores of a 7.5 for one maneuver, so it is out there on a smaller wave if you really commit to a major air rotation or something. The judges are working on some numbers. They've had a couple of waves to compare scores to. Of course, it is early on and they want to set the scale for the morning. First wave for Adriana de Souza. Your first score came in at a 5.67. So first wave for Adriana de Souza, a 5.67. Your last wave was a 3.67. So your highest wave in the total at the moment, that 5.67. Waiting for the opener of Sierra Kerr. And first wave is in for Sierra Kerr. It's a 4.67. So first wave for Adriana, your best score so far, the 5.67. And Sierra Kerr, your first wave, a 4.67. And we see Adriano down the line, ripping through these little waves. So he's got one score. He's going to have a bit of fun and work through those turns, see if he can build on those numbers on this wider section. So we see Team de Souza with a heat total of 10.34 at the moment. So just two surfers with waves so far, Adriana de Souza and Sierra Kerr. Of course, we have their teammates Sage Eriksson, Todd Lee Island, Josh Kerr, and Stephen Sawyer waiting to find their opening rides. Of course, we also have the tandem wave that will be factored in as well. 66 minutes to go. Paddle out the back. This is Tidley Island. Signature pink surfboard. The local surfer rips that first turn. Slides a tail. Holds on to it. So hung up for a minute there, for a second there. Not quite a minute, a second. But I've been saying it through the week. That signature pink board of Tide is really impressive. It stands out. And the amount of spray that comes off that board is incredible. I'd like to actually have a look at that board and see how much edge there is on that back part of the rail, because that's often where you get that extra spray coming off the surfboard. But it is always a fine line on that edge. If you have too much edge, it can be a bit catchy. Too little, not much spray, not that much speed. And first wave for Tide Lee comes in at a 1.5. So Tide, your first wave, a 1.5. So the team total for Team de Souza is 11.84 now on the three opening rides.
So still plenty of opportunity. We've got 64 minutes on the clock, so over an hour to go. And Greg, what I love about this team challenge is normally in a heat, you're looking at your competitors and you don't want them to catch the best waves. But in this heat, you actually want your competitors to catch the best wave, because it obviously goes towards the team total. So you're cheering on your competitors, you're hoping that they can land those big maneuvers. So they're all surfing together. There's no competition out here between the team, but the grand total will all contribute, or they'll contribute to the grand total. So they do want their competitors to really perform well in the team challenge. Here we go, Tide Lead Island up and riding. So Tide's going to cruise down the line. He's going to look for a big section, pumping hard. That's a nice stylish float, but he's going to hop to kick off the back. So they're just going to position themselves out there, as you mentioned, Greg. Total of 11.84, so they're definitely going to be doubling, tripling that, hopefully. So the last two scores for Adriano D'Souza, a 3.67 and a 3.93. That's not going to factor into the top two. So it's only the top score. So Adriano, you're looking to improve upon a 5.67. So surfer Adriano D'Souza, you are looking to improve upon a 5.67. Sierra Kerr, you are looking to improve upon a 4.67. And Tide's been on a couple of waves. Highest so far 1.5, so he'll definitely improve upon that. Sage Eriksson, Josh Kerr, as well as Stevie Sawyer, just getting ready to get underway. So we got 62 minutes remaining in the heat, so still tons of time. These surfers will be bobbing up and down in the water, hoping for a couple substantial waves to roll through the lineup. So guys, this event would not be possible without all of our sponsors. So big thank you Corona, Red Bull, as well as the many other sponsors, Dawn Patrol Wines, the Kocha Municipality. We appreciate you guys. Of course, all the staff from WSL Africa. They've been really working very hard, the local crew as well. Vanji, Ari, Brigitte, the whole crew, we really appreciate your guys' efforts. And the surfers are staying patient out there, waiting for some sets to roll through the lineup. So as mentioned, really exciting format here in the team challenge. Next up, we'll move into Team Gilmore, followed by Team Oki. So the early stages of this morning are all going to be the team challenge, one of the formats here. We've got the twin fins as well as the thrusters. So those will be more individual challenges, whereas this is going to be a team challenge. So the surfers in the water are not competing against each other right now, but they're competing against the other teams. So they're all together in the heat. They're hoping to all surf well together and to get a good grand total for the team. Of course, team leader Adriano D'Souza will be spurring on his members in the team to really surf their best, to make sure that they land all their maneuvers and that the grand total comes up to a good number.
Yeah, Johan, and I've just been watching our surfers with the binocs and just looking at the body language. There's a lot of chatter, and we can see Adriano, your captain, taking the lead, but we've got Josh Kerr, very experienced. You'll probably say he's the vice captain of this team. Also very vocal. They're talking about opportunities, what you can do on the wave. You can really see the hand movements. So preparing their team for when the next set arrives, who's in position. So that they've definitely got a plan worked out. You can see it through the binocs. It does look like Sage has moved a little bit further up in the lineup. So she's possibly going to look for one of those deeper runners that come from that zone. And anything wider, if she's a bit deep, she'll leave it for her teammates. Positioning on that takeoff is always very important out here at Super Tubes. So just keep an eye. If you've got some binocs, focus in on our athletes. You'll see the teamwork going on. And we're under an hour left in this heat. So 59 minutes remaining. And Jbay likes to do this, folks. It likes to have a little bit of a breather. especially when the tide gets a little bit lower. And then it will have a flurry of waves, so they'll make it count when that does happen. And remember, with our swells running from the southwesterly direction, we'll always keep an eye on that boneyard section for possible set waves on the way. So we did come off a low tide just after 8 o'clock this morning. So that tide has turned. It often goes a little bit sleepy after or on the tides. So we should see a little bit of action as things start swinging. So we always look at sort of stats, especially if you're in a heat coming up. What do your surfers need on average to take the win? Right now, the 3-wave average is 3,82. And one would think getting somewhere in the region of an average of about 5 points per surfer would be a decent target to aim for. Of course, in that 3-wave total, Tidley Island sitting with just a 1.5, so he'll definitely try and improve on that. Sierra Kerr on a 4.67, so she's just under that sort of 5-point mark that I speak of. And then Adriana de Souza, the captain, opening with a 5.67, so a good opener for the captain. We always say in sport, we want the captains to lead from the front. And so far, Adriano doing that for his team.
Definitely, Greg. Adriano de Souza, really experienced competitor. Of course, was on the tour for many years. Took out the world title in 2015. He was the champ down here in Jbay in 2012 as well. So really leading by example with that score of a 5.67. So Adriano, you're looking to improve upon a 5.67. Sierra, you're looking to improve upon a 4.67. And tied, of course, with that 1.5. We've got 55 minutes remaining, surfers. 55 minutes in this opening heat of the team challenge. I'm sure we'll see Team Gilmore making sure that they're ready and warmed up to head out within the next 55 minutes. But still plenty of time on the clock. And we do hope some pretty good sets roll through. So if you guys are just showing up to the beach, this is day 6 of the Jbay Classic presented by Corona. Grab a cup of coffee, settle down for a lovely day of surfing. So at the moment, we've got our team challenges in the lineup. And we've got lots on offer here for day 6 at the Jbay Classic. Of course, there's going to be plenty of activations coming your way from Corona as well as Red Bull. So a huge thank you to them. Just a reminder of our raffle that's running from the Jbay Surfing Foundation. So you got a chance to win prizes up to the value of 50,000 Rand for first prize. So signed Geordie Smith surfboard, instep boots, seal and bag, a stay for 2 at the African Perfection right up here by Supers. Game reserve, 1 night stay including 2 game drives at the Pumba Private Game Reserve. So plenty of things up for grabs. It's 100 Rand for a raffle ticket, so scan the QR codes by all the different kiosks and the retail areas to enter. And that comes to you from the Jbay Surfing Foundation. So if you'd like to support a local initiative that's looking to develop nature as well as the surf and the surfers in a sustainable way, you can contribute towards that. It's 100 Rand per ticket. And we do urge you guys to tell all your friends and family to pull in for today. As you mentioned earlier, a little bit of a cooler day. Feels a little bit more like winter today here in the Eastern Cape. But we'll still have some great action and things are going to be heating up for sure. So 52 minutes left. Looks like we might have a paddle here out the back. Tidely Island up and riding. Looking to improve upon a 1.5. So let's cheer him on, guys. Tide on that classic pink surfboard. He's cruising down the line. He's going to look for a section. Bottom turns. Whack. Oh, unfortunately goes down. So he'll look to improve upon his scores. Currently he's got a 1.5. Adriano, you're looking to improve upon a 5.67, and Sierra looking to improve upon a 4.67. So Tide gets a 1.6. Of course, he doesn't want that to go into his total, so he'll look to improve upon that. And it looks like we're going to see a little wave on the inside. Tide Lee up and riding, so keeping busy. Obviously a team strategy. So Tide with a little shove it. He's going to go down. So 50 minutes remaining. It's a good thing we've still got tons of time on the clock, surfers. 50 minutes for this heat number 1 of the team challenge, Team Duza. We got plenty of time, so it's all a game of patience, waiting for the right waves, making sure that each member of this team can contribute. So each member does contribute their single top ride towards the grand total. So far, the captain, Adriano D'Souza, leading by example. He's got a 5.67, so he'll look to improve upon that. The team total so far is 11.94, so they'll definitely look to double, if not triple, that score.
45 minutes remaining, so it's been a bit of a slow start for this heat. Of course, we did have those waves early on, but as we saw in our trials heats, when it is inconsistent, you do get those flurries. So we will see some waves arriving shortly, hopefully. So something I'm sort of just thinking about with a team event, of course you don't have priority, surfers know their positions. I would maybe look at, in a sort of a slow moment, just riding some of these little runners just to keep warm. Because it is cold out there, the temperature's definitely dropped from the last couple of days. Obviously, when a set wave does arrive, you want to be ready for that wave. You don't want to be too stiff and cold. Maybe we'll see our captains giving their surfers a bit of a warm-up routine in the water, loosen up the arms, etc. See a rider up and riding. So this is the captain, Adriano, just keeping loose. He does have the highest score of that 5.67 so far. Just keeping that blood flowing through these maneuvers. And he knows patience is the game. There will be a few waves in the next 42 minutes. We'll see up and riding. That is Sage Eriksson. So taking a bit of advice there, just standing up on a wave or two to keep that blood flowing. So it's only a second or two on that wave and get a bit of movement in those legs and then go back to position to wait. The beauty with Super Tubes Jeffreys Bay, you can look up the point to the right hand side and boneyards for your indicator. You can even look further up to magnitubes, the next point up, and see the indicator of the sets coming from up there. And the southwesterly swells move their way down the points. So you've got all these vantage points, all these indicators of when your waves are coming. And they'll be keeping a keen eye on those indicators to make themselves well aware of when the next wave will be coming and being in the right position for that. So last wave of De Souza came in at a 3.17, so it doesn't factor in. He still holds that opening score of a 5.67 as his best single ride. We see a paddle here. That looks like Josh Kerr up and riding on a twin fin, folks. Whacking through that section. Oh, looking loose, just unfortunately digs a rail there. But Josh doing exactly what we spoke about, mid-size wave. Getting some sort of points on the board, of course. But more of a warm-up for him. He'll be looking to go a lot better than that. Definitely one of the key players in this opening team's heat. So just looking at the lineup, we've got Sage Eriksson sitting furthest on the inside up to the right-hand side. Next in line, it looks like Stephen Sawyer, the local surfer. And we've got Sierra Kerr sort of floating in and around. She's already had a score, so she'll just look at taking a couple of scraps at the other three surfers. Well, the other two surfers haven't had rides. They'll be choosing the best wave. And here's Kersey up on the inside. Josh Kerr loading up. Comes around off the bottom. Oh, nice looking turn. Just digs the rail, but looking really fast on that board. And nice and loose. So Josh Kerr, your opening wave, a 1.83. That second ride, a 1.27. So Josh Kerr, you are holding a 1.83 in your scoreline. Team total is now up to 13.77. 38 minutes to go. All right, so 35 minutes remaining. The team total for Team D'Souza sitting at 13.77. So they got 4 waves in their scoreline. The best being from Adriana De Souza, a 5.67. Sierra Kerr, you hold a 4.67. Josh Kerr, your score a 1.83. And Todd Lee Island, your best score a 1.6. So waiting for openers from Sage Eriksson and Stephen Sawyer. Currently the average between those 4 rides is sitting at a 3.44. So that heat average has actually come down. Of course, just not many opportunities at this stage. All right, having a look, paddling up and riding. That's Sierra Kerr. That's her 3rd wave. And this is Sage Eriksson up and riding. Okay, first wave here for Sage. So gets a turn out the back, so that is points. And here we have Todd Lee. So Todd looking to get rid of a 1.6. Nice turn off the top. So strong surfing. Look at the spray I was talking about that comes off this man's surfboard. Oh, it just looks beautiful. Love the coloring. So definitely going to be improving on that 1.6 here. So that's points for Team D'Souza for sure. So Todd Lee keeping busy here for his team. So mid-size wave, but really working it. 32 minutes to go. So folks, on the smaller days at Super Tubes, it gets very shallow on the inside. Have a look at Tide. He's pretty much on dry rock down there, trying to get off that mussel bed. Let me tell you, the landing after a maneuver on these smaller days when it's that shallow is always interesting, because you're coming down off that wave at like 100 miles an hour, and then you've got to pull the brakes and jump off pretty much in ankle deep water onto a ledge of mussels. So you'll always see the Jbay surfers having a couple of little nicks in their wetsuits from the mussel bed. All right, first wave coming in for Sage Eriksson, a 1.83. First of Sage Eriksson, a 1.83. So that does go into the scoreline. Waiting for last of Tardley Island. And there it is. Tardley Island, your last score, a 4.83. So that is good points for Team D'Souza. So scoreline improves now. It's up to 18.83 total. So with not too many opportunities wave-wise, Team D'Souza is working that scoreboard. making the most of the opportunities. 30 minutes to go, so we've still got 30 minutes. So Team De Souza on 18.83. We still see our local boy, Stephen Sawyer, being very polite and giving the rest of his team the start. And he knows that he can find a wave in this tricky lineup and get scores for his team. But we see Adriana De Souza taking the lead, team captain, with a 5.67. Next best, Tidley Island with a 4.83. Sierra Kerr with a 4.67. We have Sage Eriksson with a 1.83 and Josh Kerr also with a 1.83. So just Stephen Sawyer now to get a score on the board. And this can all change very quickly with a couple of set waves coming through our lineup at Jbay. At paddle, this is Stevie Sawyer, the local surfer. This is points and behind. It looks like Sierra up, but Stevie just working this one. He's on one of his Sawyer-shaped twin fins out there. So that will go into the scoreline because it is the first wave by Stephen Sawyer. And up top we did see Josh Kerr with a quick ride. So we see a definite plan coming from Team De Souza. They're swapping out their surfers that go onto that top peak and try and build scores from there. Stevie Sawyer up and riding now on the pink flyer. Working this one through. Twin fin floats over that section, whacks it. Another crack. So definitely building on those numbers here. And Josh Kerr up and riding. So first wave for Stephen Sawyer, a 1.57. First of Stephen Sawyer, a 1.57. So just looking at Team De Souza, we've got Adriana De Souza, the 2015 world champion. He was also the 2003 world junior champion. We see a paddle here. Up and riding, this is Sage. So Sagey finding a nice little wave here. Beautiful trim there. She's going to load up now through the car park section. Wraps a lovely turn off the top. Can she get a little finish? She's out. And Josh Kerr steaming down this little one. He's out. So just looking at our World Surf League champions in this heat, we do have Adriana De Souza, the captain, your 2015 world champion. He was also the 2003 world junior champion. And I remember all those years back being on tour and watching the young De Souza and Kelly Slater saying this guy will definitely be a world champ. We also have Stephen Sawyer, the 2018 world longboard champion. And then Sierra Kerr is the World Surf League world junior champion. Currently, she also won the under-16 ISA World Junior title in Rio in 2023. So, got a mean team here, Team De Souza. A team of winners, that's for sure. as we approach 25 minutes remaining. Second ride for Stephen Sawyer, a 3.03. So 25 minutes remaining. Stephen, your last wave, a 3.03. It is your best score. And Sage Eriksson, your second wave, a 3.67. So Sage, a 3.67. Total for Team De Souza is now 23.7. So all our surfers have a score on the board. The best number going to Adriana De Souza, a 5.67. Then we have Tardley Island with a 4.83. We have a paddle up and riding. Sierra Kerr, your current WSL World Junior Champion. All right, so Sierra Kerr, her opening wave was a 4.67. Tardley Island had a 4.83. Josh Kerr still holding a 1.83. So Josh is going to want to get rid of that 1.83, and we know what he's capable of. Sage Eriksson with a 3.67 and Stephen Sawyer with a 3.03. So one would think right now the focus is on Josh Kerr to put some more points on the board. And then of course we've still got the tandem wave that needs to be ridden. Tardley Island, he's out. Sierra down on the car park section. Snaps off the top, first turn, gets another tight little snap and a lovely wrap into a slide, incomplete. Tide, loading up down the line. And Adriana, Tide goes for the rotation, pulls it off. Does he? Question mark. And the captain, Adriana De Souza, just keeping things tidy, heading down the line. Maybe going to have a chat with his teammates. All right, so just looking at the scoreline, folks, our 6 surfers, all with one wave, their best wave counting. Their heat total is 23.7. So that gives you a 3.95 wave average per surfer. The lowest being Josh Kerr holding that the 1.83. So Josh looking to get rid of that score. We also have Stevie Sawyer with a 3.03. Sage with a 3.67. And then we go into the 4s and 5s with Sierra Kerr, Tardley Island, and Adriana De Souza. Still quite a bit of time left, 21.5 minutes to go. They need the major catalyst here. A couple of good set waves can really improve their scoreline.
So Greg Emsey is going to be on the ground. We're going to switch over to interviews. Maybe go look for some competitors in the next heat. We'll see Team Gilmore paddling out next. So 21 minutes on the clock. We got 21 minutes on the clock. Adriana De Souza, you're looking to improve upon a 5.67. Sage Eriksson looking to improve upon a 3.67. Sierra Kerr looking to improve upon a 4.67. We've got Tardley, you're looking to improve upon that score of a 4.83. Josh looking to improve upon that 1.83. And Stephen Sawyer looking to improve upon the 3.03. So of course it's only the top score for each surfer in this team that will contribute towards the grand total. At the moment it's 23.70. So Team Adriana De Souza coming alive just a little bit more. So that team total of a 23.70 for Team Adriana de Souza. So we still got plenty of time, 20 minutes remaining. We got 20 minutes on the clock. And they're all sitting up right in front of the car park section here, in front of the boardwalk, hoping for a couple good sets to roll through. If you guys have just showed up, good morning. This is the Jbay Classic presented by Corona. We've been down here for a few days now, and what a privilege to be down here in the Eastern Cape of South Africa, Jeffreys Bay. Great opportunity to get all the locals involved. So huge thank you once again, the Kocha local municipality, for making this happen. So still plenty of time. If you guys have just showed up, grab a nice in-food cup of coffee, find a seat somewhere on the boardwalk on the grandstands, and settle in for a lovely day of competition down here. Once again, another big thank you to all of our sponsors down at the event, including Corona, Red Bull. We'll see more Red Bull activations throughout the week. We've got another Red Bull activation at 12 o'clock with the Enduro Trials 11-time SA champ Brian Kappa putting on another show for us. So if you'd like to pull in for that, that's 12 o'clock behind the container. Big thank you, Red Bull, for that. Of course, our eyes are going to be fixed on the water throughout the day. The Jbay Classic. We've had a couple lay days before this, and we're really excited to have some competition in the water today. So the three different disciplines we'll see is, of course, the team challenge that's being served for right now. We'll also get an opportunity, hopefully, to see the twin fins later today. And of course, we've also got our thrusters. So those are the three disciplines here at the Jbay Classic. For the main events, of course, we saw the trials running throughout the weekend. That was really cool. We saw Luke Thompson and Sarah Baum take out the trials for the men's and women's, and we'll see them through to the main event. We'll see them a little bit later on competing in the team challenge. Team Gilmore and Team Aki. So Adriana de Souza, you are looking to improve upon a 5.67. So far, that's your highest score. Sage Erickson, your highest score, 3.67. You're looking to improve upon that. Sierra Kerr, you're looking to improve upon a 4.67. Todd Lee looking to improve upon a 4.83. So some action. This looks like Sage up and riding. It's just going to be one quick turn. She's out of there. Josh Kerr looking to improve upon a 1.83. And Stephen Sawyer looking to improve upon a 3.03. We got 16 and a half minutes remaining on the clock. Of course, this is a team challenge, so they're not competing against each other out there, but they are competing against the fellow teams, Team Gilmore and Team Aki, that will be coming up a little bit later on. So they're out there as a team, they're spurring on their fellow competitors to get the best waves they possibly can. They're really hoping that they can land those final maneuvers and finish their waves off to get a decent score. So I'm going to repeat it. Adriana de Souza, you're looking to improve upon a 5.67 to up your score. So far, Sage, your highest score is a 3.67, looking to improve upon that. Sierra Kerr, your top score is a 4.67, you're looking to improve upon that score. Todd Lee, your top score so far is a 4.83. So looking for an improvement on that. Josh Kerr looking to improve upon a 1.83. And Stephen Sawyer looking to improve upon a 3.03. So big paddle out the back. Here we go. Up and riding Sierra Kerr, the young Australian. She's going to get past this whitewater section. Lays back on that one. Another snap to the lip for Sierra as she works this one down the line. And she milks it all the way onto the bricks. So that was the 6th scoring ride for Sierra Kerr. So you can see her team waiting, anticipating that one. She's looking to improve upon a score. 14.5 minutes remaining surfers, 14.5 on the clock. And I'm sure we'll see Greg Emsley down on the deck, maybe the surfers deck, interviewing some of the surfers coming up in the next team. So stand by for that. We'll be switching over to the roaming mark on the deck at some point. In the tower, we'll be focusing on the heats currently at hand out there. Team Adriano de Souza. The time, 14 minutes remaining, surfers. 14 minutes on the clock. Last of Sierra Kerr, a 4.43. So unfortunately, that does not go as your top score. That's a 4.43. Your top score, Sierra, is a 4.67. So we did see a couple of waves there. Talking on the mark at the bottom, Greg Emsley is going to look for a couple of interviews before the next team paddles out. But a score to come in for Josh Kerr, score to come in for Stephen Sawyer as well. We'll update you guys as soon as they come through. So last to Josh Kerr comes through at a 2.73. That's a 2.73. Last score for Josh Kerr. So slightly improving upon their team situation. Team Adriano de Souza. Your total now comes up to a 25.10 for the team total. Last to Josh Kerr, 2.73. And the last is Stephen Sawyer, a 3.53. So both of those scores go into the totals for Team de Souza, and we do have 11 minutes remaining. So far that's a grand total of 25.10. I'm sure they're going to look to get that up to about 30 or more. And as we see the next team coming down the boardwalk, of course it's Team Gilmore. That's going to be really exciting, so stick around for that. Matt Wilkinson running down the beach for Team Gilmore. And of course, we've got Sally Fitzgibbons. So that's the next team coming up. I'm sure that they've had their eyes glued on the water, been strategizing, and they are looking to take the win. I'm sure Team Gilmore in the team challenge. So it's fun vibes down here. Bit of a different contest here with our 3 different disciplines and formats. but still competitive between the teams, that's for sure. So Team Duza, we got 10 minutes remaining. We've got 10 minutes remaining. The situation is the team total is at a 25.10. The top score for Adriano Duza so far is a 5.67. He's looking to improve upon that. Sage Eriksson, your top score, 3.67. Sierra Kerr, your top ride so far is a 4.67. Tidley Island, you've got a 4.83. Josh Kerr with a 2.73. And Stephen Sawyer with a 3.53. So guys, you're looking to improve upon those numbers. The team total so far is a 25.10. If you tally those 6 rides up. So far that is the number to beat. Can they improve upon that with 9 minutes remaining? And our surfers positioning themselves out in the lineup. Who's it going to be? Paddling hard. And up and riding. This is Sage Eriksson. Oh, drops off the ledge and she's going to kick off the back. So a little bit of a smaller runner. So Sage looking to improve upon a 3.67. Hey, Carl Myers running down the beach. Carl, don't trip and fall, please. Already had one broken arm today, this year. So we do have 8 minutes remaining in the Team Duza heat. Next up, we'll move into Team Gilmore. So if you guys have just gone down to the beach, welcome. This is day number 6 of the Jbay Classic, presented by Corona. Hope you guys are having a beautiful morning. Settle in for a nice day of surfing. We do predict the conditions to improve throughout the day. Of course, we've got something on the cards later this week as well. So Greg Emsley down on the boardwalk. Thanks, Greg. He'll be walking around, having some interviews. We got 5 minutes remaining. We have got 5 minutes remaining in this first team challenge of the day. Adriano D'Souza, his team out there at the moment with 5 minutes to go. The team totals are 25.10 for Team D'Souza. So Adriano looking to improve upon a 5.67. Sage Eriksson, her top score 3.67. Sierra Kerr has got a top score of a 4.67. Todd Lee for the 4.83. Josh Kerr 2.73. And Stephen Sawyer looking to improve upon a 3.53. So of course, guys, we've also got the crossover. If you guys can surf a tandem wave at some point, even if it's any score, it will be going into your team total. So just a reminder about that. So some tricky conditions out there. It's been a little bit of a sleepy heat, but you guys have still done really well nonetheless. And there is still an opportunity for a little bit of a tandem wave out there if it's possible. So 4 minutes to go in this first heat of the day. We're seeing Team Gilmore make their way out onto the rocks. Greg Emsley back up into the booth. Had a little bit of a walk around there on the decks, interviewing 1 or 2 people. So we'll do a little bit more of that throughout the course of the morning. And will there be an opportunity to improve upon these scores? We're 3.5 minutes to go. And here we go, up and riding Tidely Island. This one is going to close out on him. And we're watching a paddle here. Up and riding. It's the local Stephen Sawyer. He's looking to improve upon his score. That's a nice opening crack. And he floats the section, gets a couple maneuvers, and unfortunately goes down on the inside. But it looks like the ocean giving Team D'Souza something here in the last few minutes of the heat. So we're looking for a possible tandem wave still. Up and riding Josh Kerr. Pumping down the line, looking to improve upon his score. Bottom turns, beautiful carve in the pockets. One more to the lip. And he's going to look for a strong finish here. A nice airdrop there to finish for Josh Kerr. So put your hands together, ladies and gents. So 2 minutes to go. And looking for an improved score there. Josh Kerr, a couple nice maneuvers. So Josh Kerr on a pretty cool looking piece of equipment there. Looks like he's riding a 20. And he finished that one off nice and strong. And welcome back to the booth, Greg Emsley. What's it looking like down there on the decks?
Yeah, so pretty interesting, and this heat on hand, 90 seconds to go. So Josh Kerr, I'm pretty sure he's going to improve on that score. So this team just needs to be focused here and consider themselves having the score on the board, put the pressure on the other teams, but they're not holding a tandem wave. So whatever they do, if they can stand up on a tandem wave, those points will be added to their score line. But without that, they're missing an opportunity here. So they've got to do whatever it takes to ride some sort of a wave with 2 surfers on it. They're down to 1 minute though. Is there going to be an opportunity for the tandem wave? They've got to keep them cool. They're cool about themselves, because even if they get, say, a 1 or a 2, it could just mean the difference of winning and losing at the end. So it is an inconsistent ocean, but it's the same playing field for all teams. We're showing some interest here, down to just over 30 seconds. 2 surfers up and riding, it looks like Sierra and Sage. So they've had the crossover. But it's points on the board, folks, so very important. So the ladies keeping calm and making sure they get that tandem wave. We got 10 seconds remaining in the Team D'Souza heat, and we're going to count this one out in 3, 2, 1. All right, surfers in Team Gilmore, set your watches for the start in 3, 2, 1. So Josh Kerr coming in with a 5.23 on his last wave, so good points for Team Duza there. That looks like Matt Wilkinson for Team Gilmore up and riding. Wilco just reads this wave so incredibly well. Even though it's fast, he makes it look slow. Gets vertical in the lip. And we saw all right, so Team Duza coming in with a total of 27.6. So once again, Team Duza, your total was 27.6. So pretty solid score line for Team Duza, 27.6, averages out at 4.6 per surfer. So that's what Team Gilmore will be aiming for. If each surfer can get a wave that's 4.6 or better, they can go into the lead. And first wave for Matt Wilkinson comes in at 4 points. So first of Matt Wilkinson, 4 points. So Team Gilmore adding to the score line quite quickly here. Definitely lots of notes to be taken out of that first heat. Of course, the biggest talking point is the slowness of the ocean. How many opportunities are they going to get? Oh, tight lead down the end. As we see up and riding. Quick ride there for Marky February. It's the 0.5.
So Greg's going to be in and out of the booth doing some interviews with the next team. Next up, we'll see Team Aki. So that's going to be exciting. But already a pretty decent start. Matt Wilkinson dropping in a 4.0 for his opening score. Just a very small 0.5 for Marky February. Of course, you've also got Sean Holmes, James Ribbing, Sally Fitzgibbons, and the captain, Stephanie Gilmore, in this current heat. They're looking to beat a score of a 27.60 posted by Team Duza. Up and riding, this looks like Matt Wilkinson. So Matt Wilkinson goes to work, previous tour campaigner. He held the yellow jersey for quite a while on the championship tour a few years ago. So previous world #1, really talented surfer, and it's great to see him back out here in Jeffreys Bay. And taking a look at this one, up and riding, this is Stephanie Gilmore, 8-time world champ. She won her first world title in 2007, her last one in 2022, so what a career. And she's still going. Is Stephanie Gilmore, the team captain here for heat #2 of the day. So that's going to come in as a small opening score for Steph Gilmore. Staying patient out there, Sean Holmes and James Ribbing. 2 South Africans in the heat. We've also got Mikey Febb representing South Africa in this one. And taking a look at this one, up and riding out the back. Getting eyes on this. This looks like Sally Fitzgibbons up and riding. So Sally, nice bottom turn to carve combination. Progresses down the line. So all of our surfers now getting into the action of this heat, into the flow of it. So a couple scores to come in. And of course, they got a lot of time, 68 minutes left in the heat. It's a game of patience. Just ask the previous competitors in Heat Duza. So it's all about patiently waiting for the right waves to roll down the point. And we're looking at a paddle here, up and riding. Cast your eyes to the water, ladies and gents. It's the 8-time world champ, Stephanie Gilmore, highlining it on a Super Tubes wall on the inside. Nice hack to the lip there. Carve in the pocket for Steph. She's going to hop off the back. So decent looking little wave there, up and riding. This looks like Sean Holmes pushing through the back, or is it James Ribbing? Look like Sean Holmes up and riding out the back. This looks like James Ribbing on a decent looking wave. So a couple turns out the back. He's going to cruise down the car park section. Nice roundhouse cutback for James Ribbing. So all 6 of our surfers in Team Gilmore now contributing to the heat total. So a couple scores to drop in. We'll let you guys know what those come in as. And really exciting stuff down here. Guys, this is so unique. I don't think you're ever going to see all 6 of these surfers in a heat ever again. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Of course, the Jbay Classic. Really awesome event being run down here. In the past, you've seen the WQS as well as the Championship Tour. And it's really awesome to see a speciality event down here at Super Tubes. So an event like this has never been run out at Super Tubes, especially the team challenge. We've also got the twin fins and the thrusters. So a little bit of everything down here at the Jbay Classic, entertaining the crowds. And we've got 66 minutes remaining in this heat. So still tons of time on the clock. Taking a little paddle at this. Who's up and riding here? This looks like James Ribbing. So the Durban surfer, the local James, is looking for a wall to hit you on the inside. Bottom turns, couple snaps to the lip, and looking to contribute towards his team is James Ribbing. He's already been on a couple of waves prior to this. So scores to come in. And we're going to hand over to Greg Emsley down on the decks. So we just heard some action down on the surface deck. Greg Emsley down there chatting to some of our surfers. So guys, scores are dropping through. And all of our surfers now contributing to the team. Stephanie Gilmore, your last wave of 4.83. So Steph Gilmore, your last wave of 4.83. So that currently is your top score. Sally Fitzgibbons, your first score is a 3.50. Your second score a 3.1. So your top score now a 3.50, Sally. James Ribbink, your first score is a 4.50. So that is your top score, James. You're looking to improve upon a 4.5. Sean Holmes, your first score 2.5, looking to improve upon that. Marky Feb just getting his feet stuck in the wax. He's looking to improve upon that first score, just a small one, a 0.5. And Matt Wilkinson, your first score is a 4.0. Your second score, 3.0. So you're looking to improve upon a score of a 4.0. So far, the team total goes up to 19.83 for Team Gilmore. So they've gotten off to a hot start here in the team challenge. They're looking to beat the score of a 27.60 posted by Team Duza previously. So really keeping busy. Team Gilmore. So another really stacked team. Really cool to see these guys all out in the water together. We've got the likes of Matt Wilkinson. He competed on the championship tour for many years, all the way out from Australia. It's great to see him down here. Marky Feb, the Style Master, he also was a previous campaigner on the championship tour. Now free surfer and mostly riding alternative craft, twin fins. Little Style Master from Cape Town. So he's in the team and it's great to see him. Of course, Sean Holmes. So also competing at the highest level. The nemesis out here at Jeffreys Bay, taking down some of the biggest names in surfing out here at Supers. He was also the 2000 Red Bull Big Wave champ, was Sean Holmes. So we got the likes of Sally Fitzgibbons as well. Campaigner on the WSL Women's Tour for many, many years. And she's out here. And then, of course, the 8-time world champ and captain of the team, Stephanie Gilmore. So really stacked team here for heat number 2 of the day. All three of these teams are super stacked. And it could be any team that could take out the win down here. So these surfers out of the lineup, if you guys are just getting here, they aren't competing against each other, but they are competing in a team challenge. So it's not often you're cheering on the fellow surfers in the vests out there, but that's exactly what's happening here in the team challenge. We're really hoping to see your team members complete their waves, to get good rides, etc. And watching a paddle down the bottom here, pumping down the line, Sally Fitzgibbons. So we've got 59 minutes remaining, just under an hour, 59 minutes remaining. So none of those scores improving upon the situations. So all surfers in the blue. Stephanie Gilmore looking to improve upon a 4.83. Sally Fitzgibbons looking to improve upon a 3.5. James Ribbink looking to improve upon a 4.5. Sean Holmes has got a 2.5. Marky Feb a 0.5. And Matt Wilkinson a 4.0. So these surfers are looking to improve upon these scores. It's only the top ride for each surfer will go through to the team total. Team Duza managed to post a total of a 27.60. So currently Team Gilmore is sitting on a 19.83. So they have to improve upon their current scores to top Team Duza. And up and riding, put your hands together here. Cast your eyes to the water. This is the 8-time world champ, Stephanie Gilmore. Little chew time for Steph. She gets out the doggy door, a little shampoo there, so claps from the deck. And that is going to be the third scoring ride for Stephanie Gilmore. So two really experienced competitors here in the likes of Sally Fitzgibbon and Stephanie Gilmore competing on the Women's Championship Tour for many years. Steph Gilmore took out her first title in 2007, her last one being 2022. Sally Fitzgibbons has been competing on the World Tour as well for many years. So she qualified for the tour in 2009, and she ended up runner-up in the world on quite a few occasions, did Sally Fitzgibbons. So it's great to see the females out there, the ladies ripping it up. Gilmore being the captain of the team, and watching Steph Gilmore up and riding again. So let's cast the eyes to the water. That's a beautiful carve off the top. One more for Steph Gilmore, lays it back. So some applause from the deck. That was the fourth scoring wave for Stephanie Gilmore. So 56 minutes remaining in this heat. Looking to improve upon scores, our surfers. And if you guys have just gone down here, welcome to day number 6 of the Jbay Classic presented by Corona. Thank you once again to all of our sponsors, Corona, Red Bull, the House of Mandela, Sealand, Grit, Dawn Patrol Wines, and the list goes on and on. The Kocha Municipality, a big thank you to you guys as well. Without you guys, this would not be possible. And we do have scores coming in shortly, so just stand by for scores, surfers. So a couple scores to pull in for Stephanie Gilmore. So it does look like there's a possibility she might improve upon that number. She's currently sitting with a 4.83. So guys, we really want to hear you guys making some noise throughout the course of the morning. We've got some action. Hey, how's it? Jbay, Jamil, we want to hear you guys out on the decks. Hope you guys are having a beautiful morning, watching some of the best surfers in the world competing out here at the best right-hand point break, Super Tubes. So scores are dropping in slowly for the third wave of Stephanie Gilmore. So thank you guys. Stand by for those scores. They'll come in soon. So plenty of things happening. We've also got a Red Bull activation that's going to be happening at 12 o'clock behind the container. So that's going to be exciting to see. Plenty of things on offer from Corona as well. By 10 o'clock this morning, force go grab a breakfast or a brunch from in-food or from the food stalls out the back and settle in for a lovely day of competition. The third scoring wave for Steph Gilmore, a 5.37, so that's a 5.37, the third scoring wave for Steph Gilmore. And then Steph, your fourth scoring wave was a 6.0. The fourth scoring wave for Stephanie Gilmore is 6.0, so that goes into your score line as your top score. Your team total now, Team Gilmore at 21.0. So that's a 21 team total for Team Gilmore, that last wave coming through at a 6.0. And he just took a little bit of a walk down the decks. Greg Emsley, hope it's looking good down there. And we've got some action. It looks like Team Gilmore is coming out hot in this heat.
Yes, Johan, so definitely a lot more waves ridden in this heat. Their team total on 21 points, so still chasing Team Duza on 27.6. And a bit of a talking point is the equipment that Steph Gilmore's on. Those of you that have noticed, it's very iconic looking surfboards that she's brought on this trip. And those that were around in 1992, we would have seen the legend Tom Curran arriving at perfect 4 to 8 foot Jbay and catching his first ever wave here on that iconic Mark Rabbage 6.6 surfboard. Yellow rails with the light black pinstripe, just absolute beautiful. And Darren Hanley and Steph have spoken to Mark Rabbage and ordered boards similar to that. They've even got the search sticker on the nose, so very iconic looking equipment. And of course, if anyone is going to go out there and try and match Tom Curran's style at Jeffreys Bay, it's no other than Steph Gilmore. So exciting to watch how this pans out. She sits with the highest single wave of the day so far, that last ride coming in at 6 points. So with just over 50 minutes remaining, Team Gilmore in a strong position on 21 points. A lot of time to build that extra couple of points to try and overtake Team Duza. But I can tell you, the strategist, the legend, Mark Okilupa is watching very carefully. Team Okilupa will be coming up next, and he is taking notes, he's strategizing, and he's got a plan. So, in my opinion, Team Gilmore is going to need to do quite a bit of work. They're going to want to go ahead of that Team Duza on the points, and then still think about what Team Oki is going to come with. Right, so we got a paddle. Up and riding Matt Wilkinson. Oh. So he comes unstuck on that wave. Of course, Wilker is holding a 4-point ride for his opener. So last of Matt Wilkinson, a 1.13 does not factor in. So team update for Team Gilmore. We got team captain Stephanie Gilmore with a 6-point ride. James Ribbing holds a 4.5. Matt Wilkinson a 4-point ride. Sally Fitzgibbons a 3.5. Sean Holmes a 2.5. And Michael February a 0.5. Time call, 45 minutes remaining. And we see a little paddle. So that's Steph Gilmore on the inside. So taking notes from that last heat, the surfers came in and just said, spending an hour out there for a heat, it's, you know, you're waiting for the good waves, you get so cold and you stiffen up. So they definitely thought somewhere they could improve was possibly just trying to ride more waves in between to keep fairly warm and loose, keep the body moving. But water temperature this morning fairly cold out there. It's somewhere between 15 to 16 degrees. And then of course our air temperature is right down this morning. This is more the Jbay weather we are used to for winter time. We see Marky February up and riding. Little snap for him to start. So dropping just a 0.5 on his opener. So just keeping a little bit loose and warm. He'll also probably build on that scoreline slightly. So just under 40 minutes to go. Second ride for Michael February comes in at a 2.4. 2.4 last of Michael February. So Team Gilmore total up to 22.9. We have a paddle. Up and riding. This is James Ribink. Oh, rips a nice turn, doesn't hold on to that final maneuver. Up and riding. Flying down the line on this one, Marky February. Oh, stylish little floater, doesn't hold on. So Team Gilmore still trailing Team Duza. So surfers look to be positioning themselves in the lineup. The iconic paddle in and style of Sean Holmes, up and riding. Ripping through this one, setting up. I love Sean Holmes, will never rush it. He'll wait for the wave to offer him those sections. As he works through this one, couple of turns, and he's out and behind. Sally Fitzgibbons racing through this section. So both Sean and Sally look to be improving on scores here. And one would feel they're going to be attacking that team total of Team Duza. And up and riding on this one. Looks like James Ribink again. So a smaller wave. James, of course, does hold a 4.5 on his opener. So he's definitely looking to keep loose and warm out there. All right, so Sally Fitzgibbons, your last wave, a 4.17. So last of Sally Fitzgibbons, a 4.17. That is your best wave so far. Waiting for last wave of Sean Holmes to come in. Last of James Ribbink, a 2.8. So does not factor in. And last of Sean Holmes, a 3.07. So Team Gilmore, your heat total with 35 minutes to go, you are on 24.14. So we did see Team Duza with a total of 27.6, still in the lead. Team Gilmore now on 24.14. So we see a paddle in this little wave not getting in. So just to run through that scoreline quickly. The best of Team Gilmore does go to Captain Stephanie Gilmore with a 6-point ride. James Ribbink, you have a 4.5. Sally Fitzgibbons, a 4.17. Matt Wilkinson has a 4-point ride. Sean Holmes, a 3.07. And Michael February, a 2.4.
For the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark, you better run out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Here's one for the broken road. That's the only one you know. You better run out, truth or dare. Get me out, take me anywhere but here. Anywhere but here. Anywhere but
So after spending a bit of time in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, pretty amazing. All the features, including a hot tub, hot shower, sauna. I'm going to give Josh a little idea for next year. We have a team event. little bit inconsistent. A little floating hot tub in the ocean for the surfers to sit in while they wait for a set. That would be next level. They can sit in there, and when they see a set coming through boneyards, jump out quickly and get into position. I'm pretty sure our water patrol wouldn't mind that. Big thank you to the water patrol team. It's cold out there, folks. You can see they dressed up in wetsuits and jackets and keeping our surfers safe in the lineup. That is also brought to you by Red Bull and Grit, and of course Corona. But as we approach 31 minutes remaining, let's keep an eye on the lineup. Team Gilmore are sitting on 24.14 heat total. Let's have a look. Big paddle right up the top of the point. Marky February. Oh, he's ripping through this one. The clean style. So Marky February looking sharp. Matt Wilco behind. Marky finishing up. Wilco working it through a few vertical turns. And Michael February finally finding a bit of open face. So let's see where that score for Michael February comes in at. It did look like there was another surfer interested in that wave as well. I'm not sure if it was Steph Gilmore. They were possibly planning the tandem wave, but then maybe figuring that Mikey still had a low score in his score line of just a 2.4. And it was a better strategy to work on that number first before they start working on that tandem wave. But possibly looking at a tandem wave here.
Waiting for that call. Growing sick within your heart, but it never shows. Have you ever felt defeated? 'Cause you can't move on just like she has. You're falling down and apart. You can't
So I think it is Sean Holmes and Stephanie Gilmore out the back, looking to possibly get that tandem wave going. And have a look out the back. Sean Holmes furthest to the right. Stephanie Gilmore on the left. Tandem wave, folks. Whoa, and they get fairly close. Are they going to get the crossover? Unfortunately not.
You run around and about, you can't shake it off. Never thought I could numb from trying. Why is my heart still pounding? I can't stop to dwell about it. It feels just like I'm falling. I can't hold myself from trying. I'm acting up 'cause you're naughty. When I went through the fire for you, dear. I'm walking the tightrope, baby. I'm doing my best.
So last score for Michael February comes in. It's a 4.33. Last score for Mikey February, a 4.33. 27 minutes remain. Team Gilmore, your score line is now 26.54. So still behind Team De Souza. Of course, Team De Souza scoring at 27.6 total. So Team Gilmore just over a point behind Team De Souza. They got 26 and a half minutes to work on that scoreline. So let's have a look at where they could increase that scoreline. Sean Holmes holds the lowest number of a 3.07. So if Holmesy can find a decent set wave, he'll easily be able to increase their scoreline. We do have Michael February with a 4.33. James Ribink a 4.5. Sally Fitzgibbons a 4.17. Matt Wilkinson, your last score, Wilco, comes in at a 4.47. So that goes in as your top ride. And Stephanie Gilmore sitting with a 6-point ride. And watch the paddle. Up and riding. Marky February with the long drifting floater. The first question Marky asks every time he takes off on a wave, is it going to be stylish? Right, ladies and gentlemen, have a look. Up and riding Steph Gilmore. Matt Wilkinson trying to join her. But Matt Wilkinson just demonstrating there what most of us do on a daily basis when we paddle for a wave. Twenty-three and a half minutes to go. Last score for Marky February, a 1.87, does not factor in. So Team Gilmore still behind Team De Souza. Your total at 26.54. Looking to improve and aim for that 27.6 or better to overtake Team De Souza. And we do have a paddle. 2 surfers up. Marky and looks like James Ribbing with a tandem, and further down the line, Sally Fitzgibbons, lots of wall ahead. She's not going to get around that one. All right, so keep an eye on the ocean. A decent looking wave approaching our surfers. It looks like Steph Gilmore in position. No, sorry, that is Sean Holmes with the cover up. A bit of style through that section as he starts to snap through to the inside, working that board speed. A couple of wraps through that section. And Holmesy coming through the end bit. Unfortunately, his board flies away from him. So let's see what score Holmesy comes in with there. Are they going to attack that score line of Team De Souza? So important score to come through for Sean Holmes. All right, so listen to this, folks. Last score coming in for Sean Holmes, a 3.63. So Team Gilmore onto 27.1, just shy of the requirement. So Team De Souza still holding on to the lead, 27.6. Team Gilmore on 27.1. So 0.5 of a point behind Team De Souza with 20 minutes to go. So a bit of work to be done here still. I feel they've had more opportunities wave-wise than Team De Souza. 20 minutes, what can happen? Will they get set waves? We probably saw a 20-minute lull in that first heat with Team De Souza. So job not done yet for Team Gilmore. What will Team Oki be thinking? Well, we'll find out shortly.
So then Greg's going to take a look down on the decks. Maybe interview some of the participants in the next heat. Team Aki is going to be paddling out next. So 19 minutes remaining, and man, as Greg MC was saying, this is really tight. So Team Gilmore just behind Team De Souza by 0.5. They're looking to improve. And we're watching a paddle at the back here, up and riding. This looks like Matt Wilkinson, the Australian surfer, floating the section, free falls down. That's a beautiful crack to the lip there as he progresses down the wave. He's looking for an end section, unfortunately going down, but I enjoyed the first couple turns. So Matt Wilkinson looking to improve upon a score. And up and riding. This looks like Sean Holmes. He's going to hop off the back and position himself out the further towards the top of the point. But we're casting our eyes on the lineup, and there is a beautiful looking wave up and riding. Tandem. So put your hands together, guys. This looks like Steph Gilmore, as well as, who's that? That looks like James Ribbink. So nice little crossover there. When are you going to get to see this in a competition like that? Beautiful crossover once again. Steph Gilmore, James Ribbink. So some great applause from the deck. So, of course, we're going to have an extra prize for the best tandem wave. And so far, I'm no judge myself, but that has got to be it. So we saw two crossovers there. Steph Gilmore, James Ribbink. Some great surfing there. That is incredibly difficult for the guys that have never done that before, which is pretty much 99% of the people here. It's really tough to time it. Of course, it's a lot more dangerous when you've got a second surfer on the wave. Your timing has to be absolutely perfect and synchronized. Pretty much that's our equivalent to the synchronized swimming and diving teams in the Olympics. So that's our equivalent in surfing, is what you just saw there. So really tough to do that. And that will be taken note of in the tower from the judges, the crossover. And the tandem wave. Okay, so Team Gilmore is just behind Team Duza. They're looking for a 0-5 improvements on their score lines. So currently, we do have a couple little waves dropping in, so we will give you guys an update shortly. We got 16.5 minutes remaining. So if you guys have just gotten down to the beach, the Jbay Classic is on, presented by Corona, and we're having such a jolt down here. We're seeing some of the best surfers styling it out there on the best right-hand point break in the world. So scores are locking in. And last of Surfer in the Blue, Matt Wilkinson comes through at a 5.57. That's a 5.57 for last of Matt Wilkinson. So the total now for Team Gilmore moves up to 28.20. They surpass Team Duza. So Team Gilmore surpasses Team Duza, courtesy of that last wave of 5.57 from Matt Wilkinson. So Team Gilmore now in the lead in the team challenge. Your total comes up to a 28.20. Of course, Team Duza posted a score of a 27.260. Team Gilmore now surpassing that, so they are in the lead. So for the next guys coming up, Team Aki, they'll have to surpass Team Gilmore. So some action. We got 15 minutes remaining, 15 minutes on the clock. And Team Gilmore, even though they've moved up into the lead, are still going to try and make a little bit more of a substantial gap on the rest of the teams. Watching Sally Fitz up and riding. So she's progressing down the line. So working that board. Beautiful little floats on the inside for Sally Fitzgibbons. She's going to look for a finish. And hops off the back. So once again, Team Gilmore now up into the lead in the team challenge down here at the Jbay Classic. Hey, great to have you down on the deck, Greg Emsley. So there we heard it from Mark Okalupo, Team Aki paddling out next. We'll see them. But meanwhile, we've had some good action out in the lineup. So we did see a wave from Mikey February. And it looked like a pretty decent one. So looking to improve upon their scores are Team Gilmore. They are currently in the lead. They surpassed Team Duza. And they're looking to create a substantial distance between their fellow teams. So Matt Wilkinson hops off the back. So far he's got the second highest wave of the heat, so really contributing Matt Wilco. Steph Gilmore sitting on a 6.0. Matt Wilkinson, your highest score of 5.57, looking to improve upon that. Mikey Feb, your score still coming through. Currently your highest one is a 4.33. Sean Holmes sitting on a high score of a 3.63. James Ribink, you've got a 4.5. And Sally Fitzgibbon sitting on a 4.17. And that last score for Mikey February coming through at a 5.40. That's a 5.40 for last of Mikey February. So that does go into the team totals. So now contributing Mikey Feb for that 5.4. So the team total comes up to a 29.27. So they're pulling a little bit of a lead on Team Duza. And obviously trying to set the bar high for the next team coming up, Team Aki. So that's a 5.4 for last of Mikey Feb. We got 9 minutes remaining, surfers. 9 minutes on the clock in the team challenge. If you've just gotten down to the beach, this is day 6 of the Jbay Classic presented by Corona. And what an honor it is to be down here watching some of the best surfers rip the best right-hand point break in the world. Thank you very much to all of the sponsors for making this happen, as well as the Kocha local municipality. Without you guys, this would not be possible. So Greg Emsley was down on the surface deck interviewing Aki. And it looks like they are looking really confident for their heat. Our Team Aki. So 8 minutes remaining in this heat. And pretty soon we'll see Team Aki make their way down the boardwalk as a team. So for Team Aki, we'll see Coco Ho, the local Jose Faulkner, Sarah Baum, Federico Marias, and Luke Thompson. So those are the surfers coming up next. So just getting some information from some of the judges. So the crossovers, or as I say, the tandem waves are being scored separately to the individual scores. So currently with the best tandem wave is of course Team Gilmore. They scored a 7.0 out of 10 for their tandem wave. So you saw that crossover between Steph Gilmore and James Ribink. And that was so far the best crossover that we've seen, the best tandem wave so far in the team competition. We also saw a crossover in the Duza heat. That came through to 2.0. It's a bit of a lower number. But we saw a really awesome tandem wave from Stephanie Gilmore and James Ribink. That came in at a 7.0. So Aki, as well as his team, are looking to improve upon that 7.0 and take out the tandem wave competition as well. And we're watching some action out in the lineup right now. This looks like James Ribink up and riding, looking to improve upon his high score. And he climbs the lip. He's looking for something further down the line. Is the young South African from Durban, pulls in and out the back of that wave. The last score for Sally Fitzgibbons was a 4.20. That was your 7 scoring wave, a 4.2. So slightly improving on your situation. So Sally now contributing with a 4.20. So Team Gilmore, your total now coming up to a 29.30. Will we see them surpass the 30 mark as a team? Only time will tell. We'd love to see it though. Still plenty of waves on offer with 6 minutes remaining. And really exciting times down here at the Jbay Classic. Hope you guys are having a good morning. Settle in. We've still got plenty of action throughout the morning as we run into the afternoon. So next up, we'll have our third heat of the team challenge. Team Aki will be out there. They'll have to surpass Team Gilmore, currently on 29.3 as a team total. Up and riding. Put your hands together. Mikey February cruising down the line on that beautiful twin fin, high lining it. Plenty of speed, bottom turns. And he's in the curl, in the pockets. Another bottom turn down the line. Beautiful layback for Mikey Feb. Another one into the lip. Looking to improve upon his score and find a finish. Still cruising down the line. Look at that big floater. And he rides out of that one, does Mikey February. That was a beautiful way to end off that wave. So smooth. As Greg said earlier, that's exactly what Mikey Feb is thinking about. Is the style, adding that in along with the power moves. So will he improve upon his score? Guys, we've got just under 5 minutes remaining. 4.5 on the clock in this heat. Team Gilmore looking to improve upon their scores. Currently sitting on a 29.30 team total. They surpassed Team Duza on 27.6. And man, Team Aki has got to be feeling a little bit of pressure just watching Team Gilmore out there. But we've got another very stacked heat of surfers coming up next. So guys, don't go anywhere. Don't blink, you'll maybe miss some action. We're watching some of the best and stylish past champions gracing the walls of Jeffreys Bay here at Supers. So just got some more information. So of course we're judging you guys on the individual waves that are ridden, the best individual waves, and of course the tandem wave is then being added onto your team total. So Team Duza scored a total of a 27.60 with all their combined individual waves. Their tandem wave was a 2.0, so their total in the end was a 29.60. So currently Team Gilmore has got a tandem wave score of a 7.0, which means they are sitting in a very strong position. Steph Gilmore and James Dribbink riding that one beautifully together. So some smooth surfing there. Crossing lines, up and over, exchanging positions. So we got 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this heat. Currently on the individual scores front, it's a 29.90 for Team Gilmore. So they have most definitely surpassed Team Duza. And of course, coming up next, we'll see them paddle out of the keyhole. They're already out the back, or they'll be out the back shortly. Team Aki. So we don't want you guys to go anywhere. It's not very often that you'll ever get to see this. I feel like this is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime event with all these pros sharing the water together. I'm not sure if we'll see a heat just like this ever again. So big thank you once again to WSL Africa for making this happen. All of our sponsors, of course, down here at the events, as well as the surfers. They've been pulling in from all over the world. As we see Team Aki making their way down the boardwalk. So make some noise for them. That's Team Aki. Coco Ho. We've got Sarah Baum, the ladies. Of course, we've got Frederico Marias. We've got Luke Thompson, the winner of the trials. Jose Faulkner, local surfer as well. They'll be heading out into the water soon, looking to chase down the score posted by Team Gilmore. So we've got 1 minute remaining, surfers. A minute on the clock. And we are so excited to see how this day unfolds. I I think we have seen a slight improvement in the conditions. And we do hope that as the tide keeps pushing, that it'll get better and better throughout the day. Of course, today on the schedule, we've got the team challenge as well as the possible twin fin. That might start later on. We'll see how that goes. So guys, this heat is winding down. We've got 10 seconds. I'm going to count you guys down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that does signal the end of the heat. So guys, we'll currently be on hold. The reason being is Team Oki is still getting out into the lineup. It looks like they aren't in a rush. They're casually strolling up the beach. That's Team Oki. And watching just a little bit of a free surf here. That's not going to count towards the total. That was Sean Holmes. So congratulations to Team Gilmore. So they posted a total of a 29.90 for their individual scores. And then how it's going to work is we're going to add that tandem wave that they rode that came in at a 7.0. So you can do the maths if you want to, but that's a 29.9 plus that 7.0 for their tandem wave. And we'll get you guys started as soon as possible. We're just waiting for Team Oki to position themselves out in the lineup. And then we'll start the next 1 hour and 15-minute heat. So the team total for Team Gilmore comes through at a 36.9. So with the tandem wave included, the team total is a 36.9 for Team Gilmore, surpassing Team Duza at a 29.60. So that is the score to beat for Team Oki. The final heat out in the lineup, and you can see our surfers in Team Oki making their way out to the back. So we'll start you guys off as soon as you position yourselves in the lineup. And man, that was exciting to watch. Welcoming Greg Emsley back into the booth. He was interviewing Oki. And I'm sure the guys are looking competitive. They're looking to take out the win. And they'll do whatever it takes to beat Team Gilmore. So guys, stand by. We'll start you off shortly. Still 1 or 2 surfers trying to make their way out into the lineup. So we're just waiting for Oki to get out the back. He's just jumping off the bricks. So they're no rush, but they'll position themselves out in the lineup and hopefully they'll be in time for the next set. Will Team Oki. Hey guys, and as they come up the beach, let's give another hand to Team Gilmore. That was a great performance. Marky Febb, James Ribbing, Sean Holmes, the South Africans making their way up onto the rocks. So surfers, we're going to count this heat down. Team Oki, are you ready? In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that is a fresh 75 minutes on the clock. If you guys have just joined us, welcome to day 6 of the Jbay Classic presented by Corona. I've got Greg Emsey in the booth here with me. We've seen Team Duza earlier this morning. They posted a score, a grand total of a 29.60. Team Gilmore really bringing the heat, upping that. Their team total was a 36.9, including that tandem wave. And man, oh man, I'm so excited to see what Team Aki can do out there. So Team Aki, compromising of Coco Ho, the Hawaiian surfer. We got Jose Faulkner, local Jbay surfer. Sarah Baum, she was the winner of the trials. She's the Olympian representing South Africa later next month. Frederico Marias from Portugal and Luke Thompson from Durban, well, South African surfer. And up and riding, trying to get an ID on this surfer. Is that Luke Thompson? That looked like Luke Thompson, unfortunately going down on that one. And these surfers positioning themselves up and riding. This looks like it is that Jose? That's Sarah Baum. That was Sarah Baum up and riding, just getting her feet wet. And man, Greg Emsley, I am so stoked to be here with you on the mic. We are commentating and announcing a really special event down here. This has never been held. Not quite like this. We've seen the CT and the WQS, but this is a speciality event, and that's why you get to see this really cool team challenge. I don't think we'll ever see a heat just like this with these surfers all in the same heat. So this is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Of course, brought to you by WSL Africa. Team's been working really hard behind the scenes. And here we go, Jose pumping down the line, goes to the edge, Jose Faulkner. He's a local Jbay surfer from Palstras, just down the road. And watching a paddle, not going to get onto it. So pretty cool start there from Team Okalupo. And Greg Emsley, you got a chance to speak to Aki before the heat. What was his thought pattern? What were they thinking? Did they share any strategies with you guys? Were they keeping it a secret? I've got Greg Emsley here in the booth. He got some inside information. And up and riding, Luke Thompson. So getting busy nice and early. A little float to the section for Thompson. He was taking out the spot in our trials at the main event. So Greg, great to have you back in the booth. And we've got another heat unfolding in front of our eyes.
Yes, so folks, yeah, pretty cool. I went to do the roaming interview with Ock before the heat. I battled to find the Team Oki when I went into the Red Bull athlete zone, and I eventually went to the end of the athlete zone, the warm-up area, exercise bikes, and Ock had them in a huddle there, all warming up on their bikes, and clear strategies were being put in place. So pretty cool to see that competitiveness come out from the Ock. But Ock definitely wants to lead from the front. We did see both Adriana de Souza and Steph Gilmore taking that lead, and I think that's important for the captains of the team to be able to settle the team early with a good score of their own. So very well done. You see some of the team walking up the beach here from Team Gilmore. Just looking at the day ahead, I've done a walk around. I've got a very special hug this morning from South Africa's best ever surf coach. And if ever you're going to take advice, Mr. Graham Hines is the man to get advice from. So welcome to Graham. Spent many years giving us advice, and always just so thorough with his little book, and he'll say, Gregor, make sure you do this hard off the bottom, hard off the top, and very serious, and you'll run off. And he goes, hey Gregor, you forgot something. And I'll say, what's that, Hans? And he'd smile and go and enjoy it. Enjoy it. And that's what our surfers are doing out here, enjoying themselves. And that's the two things I always take away from Hansi. Hard off the bottom, hard off the top, and go and enjoy your surfing. Up and riding. Jose Faulkner. I reckon the strategy for Jose is to build some scores on these smaller ones. He can get to the air, so possibly looking at that. Loading up, yeah, there he goes for the rotation, doesn't stick it. So a clear plan for our surfers here for Team Oki. We do have that tide starting to fill in a little bit now. Possibly going to give us a little bit of a pulse with the pushing tide. Let's see. But surfers showing some interest. Big paddle. Up and riding. That was Coco Ho, unfortunately, going down on that one. Duza down the end. Luke Thompson. Federico. Watch Jose flying. Unfortunately, goes down. And we saw Federico out the back. This is Luke Thompson. Whoa, that's a nice crack. Vertical with spray. Comes through the inside. Whoops, the layback. Can he hold on? He's there somewhere. He holds on. Rides out. So a good combo for Luke Thompson. Tell you what, Luke was in that Red Bull athlete zone next to Oki, looking at him with the greatest of respect. And I could just see in Luke's eyes, the last thing he wants to do is let Oki down here. And doing everything, holding on with his toenails on that last turn to make sure he completed that ride. But I love that first vertical turn with all that spray. So a really nice ride there for Luke Thompson.
Yeah, thanks so much, Greg, my fellow commentator. He'll be back down on the decks, possibly looking for an interview with some of the Team Gilmore surfers. I'm sure he's going to be hunting down Steph Gilmore to ask her a couple of questions about the heat. But a pretty hot start from Team Okalupo. So Jose Faulkner is going to be throwing down those airs. You're going to have to watch. I don't want you guys to go anywhere. Don't keep your eyes off the water. You might miss something big. We saw him go for 2 big full rotation air reverses. Unfortunately not sticking it, but he's the local surfer from Jeffreys Bay, Jose Faulkner. We saw him a couple of years ago also compete out here at the Jbay Open. And he really does represent not just the town, but the country. Really awesome local guy, Jose. So keep your eyes on the water. There's lots of exciting things happening here. Of course, we've also got Sarah Baum, another South African surfer. She'll be going off to compete in the Olympics next month, representing South Africa. She also qualified through the trials. We got Frederico Moraes, the Portuguese surfer, as we watch. Oh, almost going for that full rotation air reverse was Luke Thompson. So Frederico, I remember a few years ago when he got that 10-point ride, those turns that he did out here on the walls, the super tubes. So the Portuguese surfer is also going to be looking really strong in this heat and contributing towards Team Oki. Of course, we've got the likes of Coco Ho as well. Really stylish, experienced competitor coming all the way out from Hawaii. So a big thank you once again, Coco, for coming down here. Hawaii, probably the furthest location in the world from Jeffreys Bay. It's on the complete other side of the globe. But these surfers pulling in, of course, to represent. It's all fun out here. It's lacquer vibes. Winter time here in South Africa and some good waves, hopefully to follow in the next few days. We do have an increasing tide. It's pushing, and the waves have been pulling in a little bit more. I think we've definitely seen an increase in the swell, ever so slightly. So just to remind you guys, surfers, Luke Thompson, your top score so far is a 4.83. So Thompson, you're sitting with a 4.83. Sarah Baum with a first ride of a 2.0. And Jose Faulkner with a 2.83. So the score to beat is Team Gilmore. They scored a 36.90. And if you're asking how I got out to that number, so how it scored, is the best individual wave from each surfer in the team will be added together to get a total. So for Team Gilmore, that was 29.90 on the individual waves for each surfer. And then there was a tandem wave that was added on. The best tandem wave will be added onto the score. So the best tandem wave for Team Gilmore, we saw James Ribbing and Steph Gilmore cruising. They were alternating, switching positions up and down, really hard to do. It came in at a 7.0, which meant that their grand total was a 36.90. So that is the total to beat for Team Aki. And man, really setting the bar high, Team Gilmore. That was an awesome heat to watch. So we got 64 minutes on the clock, and I'm going to hand over pretty soon on the decks. Greg Emsley's walking around somewhere. He'll be interviewing hopefully one or two of the surfers in the previous heat.
Went by your house, what a big mistake. But for a while I thought that I wouldn't break. I need something else to clear my head.
So that was Greg Emsley down in the athlete area interviewing the team captain for Team Gilmore, Steph Gilmore. And we're watching a little bit of action out here. Team Aki, here we go. Put your hands together. This is Mark Okalupo. He was the 1984 champ down here in Jeffreys Bay. He's back this year in 2024, cruising down the line on the backhand. Some smooth surfing from Aki. He's going to look for a strong finish. There he goes. right on the bricks. Total commitment there from Aki. And man, guys, this is such a privilege to watch. I don't know if we'll ever be able to see a heat just like this ever again in Jeffreys Bay with these surfers. So man, what a privilege. Feeling really blessed to be down here. So thanks once again to everybody that's made this possible. I'm really thinking about WSL Africa, Tash Pentasti, Lukman, Bruce, the whole crew, Bianca. We appreciate you guys and all the work that you put in to make sure that this event is happening. Of course, the locals as well. Kocha local municipality. So it took a lot of different people to get this event running. All of our sponsors, Corona, Red Bull. The list goes on and on. So a huge thank you to all of our sponsors down here. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. We got 59 minutes remaining. 59 minutes on the clock. And still tons of time on the clock. They're chasing down that score of a 36.9, posted by Team Gilmore. Of course, that's with the individual scores put together as well as the tandem wave. That'll be scored out of 10. The best tandem wave was a 7.0 to date for Team Gilmore. Yeah, so we've been switching back and forth from the beach up here to the booth. Greg Emsley down on the bricks. On the beach, on the boardwalk, he's been roaming. So speaking to legendary South African surf coach Graham Hines, who resides just up the road in St. Francis Bay. So Graham Hines, a legend in surfing, legendary coach, and it's great to see him down here. So we're all enjoying the action. The first score for Aki was a 2.40, so just getting his legs warm, preparing for the next 57 minutes. So far, surfers Luke Thompson with a 4.83, Sarah Baum with a 2.0, Jose Faulkner with a 2.83, couple small scores for Frederico, a 0.43 and a 0.13 for Coco Ho, Mark Okalupo with a 2.40. So still plenty of time. They're chasing down that score set by Team Gilmore. And watching this up and riding. Here we go. This is Jose Faulkner. Put your hands together for the local surfer. Jose is going to be looking for something big. Bit of a smaller inside section though. Here he goes. Pops the air. He's going to go down. And watching this. Up and riding. Going to the air. That looked like it was Sarah Baum. The surfer from South Africa. She'll be representing the country at the Olympics next month. So we have got some stacked surfers from all over the globe in this heat, and what a privilege to see these guys all surfing together under the captain, Mark Okalupo. So Greg Emsley was roaming the beach a little bit. He's back up into the booth. We've got 55 minutes remaining. And if you guys are just showing up to the beach, welcome to the Jbay Classic. This is day 6, and it has been an awesome few days down here. Of course, yesterday, as well as the day before, we were on the lay days, so it took a little bit of a break. I hope you guys enjoyed those. You went and explored the local area. Maybe you went for a little safari drive up to Addo Elephant Park, or maybe you went for a little free surf up the coast to Cape St. Francis. But of course today our eyes are focused on the action out in the lineup. This is the team challenge. So possibility that we'll also be running later this afternoon. We're looking at the twin fin setup as well later in the afternoon. So we'll see if we run that. That's going to be really exciting as well. But of course, this is our third and final heat of the team challenge out in the lineup. Team Aki currently sitting on a 12.62, building upon their score. At some point, they're going to have to go for the tandem wave. That's going to be a score out of 10. Their best tandem wave will be added onto their individual scores as a team. So a little recap. Team Duza scored a total of a 29.60 for their grand total. Team Gilmore then came out and they one-upped it. They scored a 36.90. So big improvement there. Team Gilmore came out really hot. And of course, Team Aki is going to be chasing down that number of a 36.9. And really exciting, really creative format down here at the Jbay Classic. Once again, if it wasn't for the WSL Africa team and all their efforts, this wouldn't be possible. And what a unique, awesome event we've got down here in Jeffreys Bay. So we're really grateful. Tash, Lukman, the whole team. We appreciate you guys and your work. You can see our surfers just positioning themselves out in the lineup. So of course there's no priority in this heat. It's whoever's in position, ready to go. Watching this, Coco Ho, the Hawaiian surfer. Bottom turns, nice smack up into the lip. Pulls into a little tube. And she's going to get clamped on the inside section, nice and shallow on the muscle beds there. So she's looking to improve upon her score. We got 52 minutes remaining, 52 and a half minutes on the clock in this heat. And it looks like the beach is really getting busy. The deck is getting busy as well. So good morning if you guys have just showed up. Looking at the grandstands, pretty much full up over there. So tell all your friends and family, we want the whole town down here in Jeffreys Bay watching the Jbay Classic. A really unique event. You're not going to get to see this very often. So surfers, your individual scores. Aki, you've got a 2.4. You're looking to improve upon that. Coco Ho, a score dropping in for her wave, coming in shortly. Looks like she's definitely going to improve upon a 0.13. Jose Faulkner, your top score, 2.83. Looking to improve upon that. Sarah Baum, your score, 2.0. Frederica Marias, just on a small score of a 0.43. And Luke Thompson with a 4.83. That's the highest score of the heat so far. And all of those surfers are going to be looking to improve upon those scores to hopefully take down Team Gilmore with a 36.90. So that's what they hope to do. But man, they've set a really high bar as Team Gilmore. And this is what we love to see, a good challenge. These surfers aren't going to back down. They're going to look to take the win, that's for sure. We've got 51 minutes remaining.
So I've been in the water a bit over the last few days and chatting a lot to Coco. And she's just always smiling, enjoying the ocean. She's also riding her own boards, the EXO Coco boards, and that is in collaboration with Matt Parker. And just surfboards designed to be unique. So it's pretty cool that she's riding her own boards. And her motto is, let's celebrate our love of surfing together. So she believes surfing's for everyone. The boards she designs are for everyone. And we're going to be seeing her perform on those surfboards, both thruster and the twin fins. So look out for the XO Coco boards. Very cool looking surfboards. And she's just she just loves the board. She's so proud of them. She was just like showing me the designs, turning them over, check the fins, look at the little bit of rocker here, and pretty cool to check. So she's going really well on them and getting a lot of speed. So it's a great story coming from Coco Ho. Of course, the Ho family is a family of royalty in the surfing world out of Hawaii. And they've always had a connection with South Africa. Of course, her dad, Michael Ho, an absolute legend. The late, great Derek Ho, former world champion. And I just remember in my day of surfing, I didn't know who, I knew they were, but they didn't know who I was. And I would arrive at competition and they would always be giving me advice in Hawaii. And the reasoning was that the locals always supported them in South Africa and they were giving back to the South African surfers as well. So folk like Spider Murphy used to make a lot of boards for Mike and Derek. And just remember going to the events, Pipeline and Sunset, and really battling with positioning and lineup, and they were always there for a helping hand. And try this lineup, and grab your rail a bit harder when you're pulling into the barrel. So it was really special that such legends could come to someone like me at that stage in my rookie years and give me so much advice. So always thankful to the Ho family, and it's awesome to have Coco Ho surfing, and even better to see someone that's always surfing with such a big smile on her face. So we've got just over 47 minutes remaining in this Team Oki heat. So plenty of time. The best number so far coming from Luke Thompson with the 4.83. So all these surfers are capable of powerful scores. So definitely looking at attacking that Team Gilmore total, that 29.9 total. And then of course the all-important crossover wave. So we saw Team Gilmore coming in with a 7-point ride, so that was a big number. And just thinking of the points of difference there. You see Jose loading up on this mid-size wave. And he goes for the air rotation. And it just looks like he's getting close. He's just not quite getting that nose facing the beach super clean. He almost needs a little bit more degree of rotation. And if he can get that nose facing directly towards the beach, he'll get that cleaner landing. It's right there though, it's going to come. 46 minutes remaining. So just thinking about the crossover tandem wave. That is a huge point of difference for Team Gilmore, getting that 7 points. If you think about that wave and listening to Steph's interview afterwards, having trust between her and James Ribbink, and just surfing through those turns, they had 3 great crossovers on that wave. So that's definitely setting the mark for today. And while we have a bit of downtime here with 45 minutes remaining, I can tell you that after this heat, we will have a Red Bull activation. Brian Kappa will be in the Pepper Street car park. So if you haven't seen it, go and check him on the trial bike. Very impressive. So that will be after this heat. And that demonstration is brought to you by Red Bull. Brian has been a Red Bull rider for over 20 years. He's a 11-time South African champion. And Brian Kappa rode over the Moses Mabhida Stadium in KZN. So that's pretty insane. So if you haven't seen it, go and check out the exhibition. Very cool and worthwhile. And we have a paddle. Up and riding, snapping. That is Luke Thompson. Goes for the air. Unfortunately, it's a flyaway air. So Luke loving this team event format. He's always the kingpin around the South African surfers at events, trying to get them to support and cheer on their mates. Coco Ho up and riding. Ripping through that turn. And out the back, massive slice off the top is Frederico Moraes. Coco down, so some good maneuvers for Coco. And Frederico getting some massive wraps out the back. That's going to help Team Oki's scoreline. So great exchange of rides. We saw both Coco and Frederico really opening up on those first maneuvers. Just love how much rail work was in both of those turns. So last score coming in for Coco. It's a 4-point ride, so that is your best number of the heat so far. So Coco, your last wave, 4 points. And waiting for last score to come in for Frederico. I think this score is going to be a good number for Team Oki. And they are looking to build on numbers. They're a little bit behind Team Gilmore here. But Frederico Moraes, your last score comes in. It's a 6.5. So last of Frederico Moraes, 6.5. So great contribution there from Coco Ho and Frederico Moraes on that exchange. Adding a good 10.5 points to Team Oki's total here. So Team Oki, you are now on 22.56. So once again, your total 22.56. And let's just have a quick look at the scoreline. We've got Frederico with a 6.5. Luke Thompson with a 4.83. Coco Ho, you have a 4. Jose Faulkner, a 2.83. Mark Okilupo has a 2.4. And Sarah Baum, a 2-point ride. So the focus will be on Jose, Oki and Sarah to improve their scoreline. They got plenty of time here. We've still got just on 40 minutes remaining. We see a paddle here. That looks like Sarah Baum. Up and riding, wraps that first turn. Nice speed to this wave, 2 turns already. Loads up into the lip. So completes that wave, nice and controlled. So Sarah Baum looking to add scores to Team Oki. And how cool is it when you're doing a team event like this, which we don't often see in surfing, but when I called that score for Frederico Moraes, that 6.5, Oki had his hands in the air, everyone was clapping, their teammates were so stoked on that score. And normally when you're in competition, you're against somebody that's in the water with you, and when you hear a good score, it's like your head drops and it's like, ah. But now in the team event, it's like, yes, those points are for us. Stoked. All right, and a good number drops for last of Sarah Baum. A 5-point ride. So points getting added quickly to Team Oki. Now, Team Oki, you're up to 25.56. So moving quickly towards that Team Gilmore total. But of course, they do still have the tandem wave that needs to come into effect here. The focus will now be on Jose Faulkner and Mark Okilupo. Definitely an area that can improve. Oki looking to get rid of that 2.4. Jose has the 2.83. So I'm sure Oki's going to pull them into the huddle with just under 40 minutes to go here. He'll have a team chat. Where we're going to strategize here. So Frederico holds that big number, 6.5. He can take it easy for a while. Sarah Baum, a 5. One would think she can sit wide. Luke Thompson, a 4.83. Not bad. Could look at improving. Coco, she'll want to get rid of that 4. Jose Faulkner definitely wants to get rid of that 2.83. We see Jose now up and riding. Snaps off the top, vertical into the next turn. Floats up over that section. Series of quick maneuvers. Up over there. Looking to improve. Oh, spins a tail, but digs that front part of that nose. And he's out. But a couple of turns before that. We see Coco with the smaller wave here. So folks, as we head towards lunchtime, it's a little way, but in the meantime, you can get yourself a nice coffee. If you're looking for something to nibble on, In Food has some great pies, sausage rolls, samosas, and if they've got that carrot cake, if it's still available, you got to get that. Oh, I love that carrot cake. My pick for today is going to be Grillicious. That is in the park. They're doing a nice stew with a bit of lentils and all that. So that would be my pick for a cold day. So go check that out. Otherwise, if you're not that hungry, you can fill up on some Coronas in Casa Corona. Otherwise, a Red Bull. Whoa! Jose Faulkner going massive on that one. So Jose going big. You wonder if the strategy is going to be for him to keep doing this. That previous wave for Jose Faulkner was a 3.27. So he has improved. But with 35 minutes on the clock, will Jose keep going to the air? We know the next good wave that comes through the lineup belongs to Aki. He's the captain. And I would imagine Aki said, well, I'm on the next good one. Jose, you can do these airs with your eyes closed. Please make one so we can get some points. That's your job. You go and do your job. Law of averages would tell me that Jose pretty much has to stick one of these very soon. But let's wait and see. 34 minutes remaining. Team Akalupo, you are now on 26 points. So Team Akalupo, you're on 26 points. Of course, they've got to work on their tandem wave still. And Jose Faulkner, your best ride, a 3.27. Mark Akilupa holding a 2.4. And paddling up and riding, it's Jose Faulkner again. Smaller wave, loads up and rides out of that aerial. So smaller wave. But I told you he had to stick one of those pretty soon, because if you watch Jose out here, he does those huge air rotations pretty much with his eyes closed. So, we do run a tight ship here when we do the scoring. That last air of Jose, deemed incomplete. Just didn't quite ride out of it cleanly enough. So that score coming in at a 1.43. Of course, it's always a fine line with the completion of a maneuver. You want to leave no doubt for the judges. You want to have a clean ride out. So we just saw after the completion of that last turn, Jose just lost a little bit of that balance and was stuck in the whitewater a tiny bit. So the judges are looking for 100% complete control. They want to see the surfer riding out cleanly from that whitewater and actually be in front of the wave with control. So we didn't quite see that from Jose there. So Jose, if you can please do that on your next wave. Thank you. So we have 30 minutes remaining, half an hour to go. Lots of time for Team Oki. Sitting on 26 point total. So we did see Team Gilmore with a 29.9 total, and then of course they had the 7-point Tandem wave added to that for a 36.9 total. So lots of work ahead here for Team Oki. So we see a little bit of the Jbay mist creeping in here, slight drizzle, so folk are running for cover. Think about the legendary Mark Okilupo. I've actually been, well, I've always been a big fan of Oki, even though I'm a natural footer. But having two goofy foot brothers, I was forced to watch the goofy footers growing up. But I'd quietly been in the evenings putting on a bit of YouTube on the TV and watching all the old Oki movies. Been watching The Green Iguana the other night, what a classic. And then the documentary Billabong Pump. Some real classic old movies. Timeless. But what's even better is watching Oki live straight in front of us here at the Jbay Classic. So always a pleasure to have Mark Okilupo in town. He's got that iconic style, that back arm dragging. As he puts it out and powers off that back foot. You watch him when he surfs, he actually pushes down on that back arm, powering that back foot on those waves. Mark Okilupo up and riding. Snapping off the top. And he's out. So smaller wave for Ok. But one would say he's just keeping warm, keeping the flow going. All right, so slight improvement from Mark Okilupo. It's a 2.5 that last ride. 2.5. So still a bit of room for improvement from both Mark Okilupo and Jose Faulkner. Those two surfers can add to this Team Oki points total. I would imagine they've got to start looking at that fairly soon because there's under 25 minutes to go. And then they'll start working on that tandem wave. Okay, have a look up the point. Jose Faulkner up and riding. Mid-size wave, but a good wall on it. Floats up over that first section. Wraps a nice carve off the top. Vertical into the third turn. This is better from Jose. Snapping away. So getting some points on the board there for Team Oki. Jose Faulkner getting to work. So just pulling back from the big aerial maneuvers that he's going for. He's figuring out I can build on some scores here for my team. Let's settle it down, get those moves in, and then he'll probably plan on going big. But folks, I know you're all looking for a bit of cover. Hopefully you can see the ocean. Team Oki in the water. They've seen something. They're moving into position. Good looking set waves approaching them. We've got a paddle. Mark Oki Lupo up and riding. Snaps off the top. Iconic snap in the pocket for Ok. Working this one down now. Building some speed behind. Oki. We see Luke Thompson behind. Oki with a snap on the top. Oki with a beautiful snap on the inside. Oki again. Thompson with a finish. Team Mark Oki Lupo. Working it down the line. And how good is it to see Ok out at Jbay? So we're looking at Team Oki increasing their scoreline here. I absolutely love that setup turn for Ok at the start. Just kept the speed, but that second turn, the iconic Oki carve off the top and just ripping back into the wave. It's just very cool. So waiting for scores for last of Mark Oki Lupo and Luke Thompson. 21 minutes to go. And last score coming in for Jose Faulkner. He's going to be happy with this because he has increased his score line. Jose, your last score, a 5.23. A 5.23. So this Team Oki Lupo has overtaken Team De Souza. Last score coming in for Mark Oki Lupo, a 4.27. So Mark Oki Lupo, your last score of 4.27. Now waiting for last number from Luke Thompson and an update. 20 minutes to go. Watch the crossover. So we got Jose. Oh, how's that crossover? Looks like, I think it's Federico and Jose. So just the one crossover, but fearless crossover from Jose. So just looking at the scoreline, we do have Jose Faulkner, your last wave, a 5.23. Mark Okilupo, that last score coming in at a 4.27. All right, so still a score to come through for Luke Thompson. It's very close here, folks. Team Okilupo, you are on 29.83 with a score to come for Thompson. We saw Team Gilmore finish on 29.9. So we're just short of that. But then, of course, Team Gilmore did get the 7-point ride for the crossover. And there it is. Luke Thompson, your 5.7. So now, time to start looking at the crossover score. And watch a paddle. Luke Thompson and Federico Moraes. That's a great crossover. And Jose Faulkner up and riding out the back. This is with Sarah Baum. There's a crossover. That's one. They're keeping up their speed. Another one. So just the two. Coco Ho up and riding. Whoops off the top. Speed through the inside. Drop tail floater. And she's out. So 16 minutes to go. So 15 minutes to go. On individual scores, Team Oki is ahead of Team Gilmore. Team Gilmore had a total of 29.9. Team Oki is on 30.57. The difference now is Team Gilmore added 7 points to their total from the tandem wave. So pretty much what it means at this stage, Team Oki, if they do not improve their individual scoreline, will be looking for a 6.34 on their tandem wave to take the win. So Team Oki have 2 ways of doing this. They can look at improving their individual scores. Otherwise, they can do it with a tandem wave. So we're hearing a few whistles coming from the crowd. Up and riding, Sarah Baum and Luke Thompson, no crossover. So that will not be the score required. Having a look up the top of the point, local surfer Jose Faulkner. Nice wrap to start. Amazing how quickly he fits in these turns on these waves, Jose Faulkner. Working this one through. He's got a series of turns already. If he can get an air completion, he can improve here. Rides out of it, does he? I think he does. Wow. Watch the crossover, Oki. Whoa, it's just Oki on this one. Watch down on the car park section. So Luke Thompson snapping and wrapping. Let's see if he's going to load up. He's building up the speed. Section ahead. Ooh, doesn't pull that off. So 12.5 minutes remain. Last wave for Coco Ho comes in at a 3.4. So Coco, you still holding a 4-point ride in your individual score line. All right, so while we wait for those couple of scores, just to let you know that the Brian Kappa exhibition is on hold due to the weather. He can't perform these stunts with the rain at the moment. So hopefully if it clears a bit later, we will get to see that Red Bull activation. All right, so last of Jose Faulkner does not factor in. It was a 3.57. So Jose, you still hold your single score of a 5.23. They'll still be looking for that tandem crossover wave. And that score looks to be a 6.34 that they'll be needing at this stage. But if someone like, say, Coco Ho could turn her 4 into, say, a 5, then they would only need a 5.34 on their tandem wave. Oki's sitting with a 4.27. He can improve on that. Sarah Baum has a 5. Jose Faulkner, a 5.23. So there is a bit of room for movement here and improvement. Up and riding. Quick ride for Faulkner. Couple of surfers looking on the inside. Coco Ho and Luke Thompson. Whoa, that's getting close. So watch Luke Thompson. Jose Faulkner loading up now on this one. Couple of setup turns there. Goes for the kick flip. So folks, it is overcast. So you would not have seen the Boeing fly over. It has flown over. So it means it's time to hit Casa Corona. Off you go. Get yourself a Corona. And we see the ladies in the first heat of the twin fin preparing. So we are going to be going into that. So that first heat, we'll see Sally Fitzgibbons in red. Sierra Kerr will be in blue. And Sage Eriksson in white. So it is the twin fin round 1. The ladies heat up next. And they are walking down to the keyhole past the stands in the front, so have a look at the equipment they're riding. No change to situation. With about 6.5 minutes to go. Team Oki on 30.57 points. Looking to add a decent tandem wave here still. Looking at their scoreline, we've got Frederico with a 6.5. Luke Thompson with a 5.57. Sarah Baum has a 5-point ride. Jose a 5.23. Coco, you have a 4-point ride. And Mark Okulupa a 4.27. 6 minutes to go. Is there opportunity for Team Oki to improve? Jose Faulkner having a look. Too much section ahead. So folks, go and grab yourself a Corona. We've got 5 minutes to go. What's nice about Casa Corona is you are undercover, you've got a good viewpoint. can get a Corona Zero if you don't feel like any alcohol. Otherwise, nice ice cold Corona. You can also opt for one of our Dawn Patrol wines. Very tasty, and it comes in a can. A few options. You can go for the Rosé, the Chenin Blanc, or the Sauvignon Blanc. You can get that served cold or warm. When I say warm, not warm, room temperature, we should say. You also have the option of a nice Red Bull to keep the energy levels up. We see Coco up and riding on this wave. Beautiful board trim, nice speed. Flying through this inside section, snaps off the top, sticking in the pocket. Oh, snaps off that section. And she's out.
I need something else to clear my head. Someone to tell me how to live instead.
3.5 minutes to go.
Just open your eyes and take my advice. Stop rolling the dice and just compromise. It's the chance of
And we see two surfers up. Jose Faulkner. So what can happen in 3 minutes? One feels like they need to focus on a good tandem wave here, Team Oki.
without any thought. I keep moving on. I don't even care if my soul is gone. So many words that I should have said. Not concerned about how to live instead. Just open your eyes and take my advice. Stop rolling the dice and just compromise. It's the chance of your life. Okay, try to be brave. You have so much to save. Take control of your own life. Right now, every mistake.
2 minutes to go. And up and riding, Jose Faulkner loads up for the air reverse. And a paddle on the inside. All right, so Frederico and Jose, your tandem wave came in at 4 points. So you're still looking for a 6.34 tandem wave. Up and riding, Sarah Bomb. Mark Okilupo through the inside. Oki. And Oki's out. So 30 seconds to go. Team Okilupo, you need to make a move on this wave. You need a tandem wave of a 6.34. What have you got for us? 20 seconds to go. Two surfers paddling in. Up and riding, Jose Faulkner and Luke Thompson. And on the inside with 10 seconds to go, Sarah Baum. And we are going to count this one out in 3, 2, 1. All right, so surfers in the twin fin heat. The women coming up next. Stand by. And it does look like Team Gilmore taking the win ahead of Team Oki with Team Duza in third position. So huge congratulations, Team Gilmore, with the win. So the twin fin heats will be 45 minutes long.
Here's one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Here's one for the broken road. That's the only one you know. You better run out, truth or dare. Get me out, take me anywhere but here. Anywhere but here.
All right, surfers in the water, set your watches for 45 minutes. And we have a countdown for you in 3, 2, 1. All right, so in red, we've got Sally Fitzgibbons. In blue, Sierra Kerr. And in white, Sage Erickson. So remember, one score, their best score from the twin fin does go towards their overall heat total, their overall total between the two formats. Of course, single fin and your normal thruster. So the focus will be on one single good ride here.
So it's lunchtime down here at the Jbay Classic, folks. If you guys are just pulled in, it's a beautiful little day of waves we got on offer. So the main contest has been running. So we just saw the team challenge finish up, and we've moved through to the twin fin heats. So congratulations once again to Team Gilmore taking out the win in the team challenge. It was really tight. It came down to that tandem wave, and Team Gilmore ended up taking out the win with a 7.0 for the tandem wave. The tandem wave for Team Oki came through at a 4.0. So just nudging Team Oki was Team Gilmore. Of course, well done to Team Duza as well. It was really exciting, really awesome entertainment. And we have moved through to the twin fin heats. This is your woman out in the lineup. And as mentioned by Greg Emsley, we got Sally Fitzgibbons out in the red, Sierra Kerr in the blue, as well as Sage Erickson in the white. So if you guys have just gotten down here, welcome down to the Jbay Classic presented by Corona. I've just had an awesome lunch from In Food, so make sure to go grab your seats. The rain has stopped, the drizzle has faded away, and we do have an awesome day of waves on offer. So the swell has slightly built up throughout the course of the morning, and we're really excited to take you through these ladies twin fin heats. So up next, we'll see Steph Gilmore, Coco Ho, and Sarah Baum. So those surfers will be surfing next in the twin fin division. And watching this, cast your gaze to the water. Paddling hard for this surfer in the red, Sally Fitzgibbons. The Australian surfer, really experienced. She's been down here in South Africa many times, and it's great to see her ripping on the twin fin. So Sally kicks off the back. That was her opening score. So guys, how this is going to work is it's not going to work like a normal heat. It's going to be your top wave that counts towards your team total. So this is a team competition. This is still involved and related to the teams. So your top score in the twin fin heat is going to go towards your team totals.
Have you ever been destroyed, waiting for that call? Growing sick within your heart, but it never shows. Have you ever felt defeated, 'cause you can't move on just like she has? You're falling down and apart, you can't turn it off. I can't wrap my head around it. Why is my heart still pounding? I can't stop to think about it. It feels just like I'm drowning.
Hey, so it's the first time we've run a speciality events like this down in Jeffreys Bay. And a really cool system that's been put in place by WSL Africa. So my apologies, it's not towards your team total, but it is towards the leaderboard. So just using the wrong keyword there, it's the leaderboard. So of course we've got the twin fin division as well as the thrusters division. So the team challenge is done. These scores won't go towards the team challenge. So the team challenge was taken out by Team Gilmore. So it's going to go towards the leaderboard. My apologies. The leaderboard will take your top twin fin score as well as your top thruster score. We'll add those two together and the top surfers will move through to the next round. So now that that's been clarified, we all understand the system and how it works. So your top score, ladies, from the twin fin division will contribute. We'll take your top score from the thruster division as well. Those two will be added together. And then the top two in each heat will obviously advance through to the semi-finals. So I hope you guys are enjoying the day. Grab a couple of Coronas as the day advances. So lunchtime down here, so it's definitely not too early to grab a Corona. If it's still too early, make sure to go grab a cup of coffee from InFood and settle down. So just a reminder, we got our Corona Zero, which has also just been launched. It's the first contest in South Africa, or the first event in South Africa that it's been launched at. So go and give that a try. The Corona Zero, 0% alcohol. So we've got both options. Big thank you once again to our presenting sponsor Corona here at the Jbay Classic. Otherwise, go and take a look down at the festival area. Some cool options there. Got some nice food trucks and some really cool tasty food we got up there. Otherwise, grab something on the deck from InFood and settle in to watch the ladies' twin fin heats. So just taking a little paddle was Sally Fitzgibbons. So she did open with a ride, and we are going to get that ride to you very soon, Sally. So the judges obviously just setting their scale. We saw the team challenge, and we've gone through to the twin fins. It's not often that you get to see a twin fin contest. So really exciting to see these surfers. They're really stylish surfers as well as fierce competitors. So we'll see what they can do on the alternative craft out here at Supers. So scores to come in soon, surfers. And up next, don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see the very stacked heat of Stephanie Gilmore, Coco Ho, and Sarah Baum. So those surfers will be coming up in heat number 2. So the first score for Sally Fitzgibbons comes through at a 6.33. That's a 6.33 for Sally. That was your opening score. And a pretty decent one for Sally Fitzgibbons, the Australian surfer. And staying patient out there, Sierra Kerr and Sage Eriksson. And taking a look at this. And up and riding once again. This is Sally Fitzgibbons. So nice early start into this heat. And cruising along the face of this wave. Calves in the pockets. And she's going to kick off the back. So she opened up with a score of a 6.33, Sally Fitz. We've got 34.5 minutes remaining in this heat, surfers. So just to remind you guys, the format, it's a little bit different at this event. So we just saw the team challenge. That's a separate competition. So this is an individual contest out here. So we'll get your top twin fin score. And then when we surf the thruster heats, we'll take your top thruster score. Those two scores will be put together. And then the top surfers will be advancing through to the next round. So it's going to be 50-50. A thruster score, your top one, as well as your top twin fin score. So as far as I know, the first event of such format, such structure, obviously put together by WSL Africa. So a huge thank you once again to them for all the hard work behind the scenes. And you just love to see it. So these surfers have obviously been competing on the highest level for many years. Sierra Kerr, the younger out of the 3 surfers, but still very experienced, all 3 of our competitors. But it's probably the first time that they've been involved in a contest like this with twin fins and thrusters. So surfing definitely is about versatility, and that's what we want to try and test, challenge these surfers out here on the alternative crafts as well, and that's exactly what we're seeing out there. So guys, we just want to say a big thank you once again, Corona. They've got the beach set up. They've been pumping down there throughout the week. So today, of course, we've got a couple of things on the list. Corona activation. So it's the 19th. So we'll have the Corona mixology classes, as well as sunset hour and bingo at Casa Corona from 4 p.m. So last night, apparently, we had a karaoke. I'm not sure if any of the officials were down there. Would have been interesting to see some of the staff singing some karaoke. Hope you guys enjoyed it, though. And guys, just a reminder of our raffle that we got running from the Jbay Surfing Foundation. So you got the chance to win prizes to the value of 50,000 Rand. So we've got a signed Geordie Smith surfboard, instep boots, Vizsla or Sister hamper, Wine Magnum, Dawn Patrol hamper. We've got a stay for 2 at African Perfection. We've also got signed athlete vests, Pumbaa Private Game Reserve, 1 night stay, as well as 2 game drives included. We got some Oakleys up for grabs as well. So it's $100 for a raffle ticket. So the ladies are walking around selling raffle tickets, and you are going to be supporting the Jbay Surfing Foundation local initiative here. So definitely a great cause to support. It's $100 per raffle ticket. There's also a QR code that you can scan at some of the kiosks. So far in this heat, we've seen 2 waves ridden, both of which belong to Sally Fitzgibbons in the red. It was a 6.33, her opening score. Your last one, Sally, just a 2.33. So, of course, it's only the single highest wave in this heat that's going to count towards your total. When we surf the thruster heats, your highest thruster wave will be put together with your twin fin wave for a 2-heat total. And watching this, it's just going to be a quick little start there for Sierra Kerr in the blue. So it's just a 0.4 coming in for Sierra Kerr. So she hopes that that's not going to be her top wave. She's looking to improve. So guys, just another reminder that the new Corona Zero has dropped in South Africa. So this is the first event in Africa that it's being served at. It's being launched here in Africa. Contains vitamin D, obviously a 0% alcohol. Official partner to the Olympics as well. It's delicious, refreshing, and served with a wedge of lime. So grab yourself a lovely Corona Zero. Relax, unwind. This is what it's all about, guys. This is living. Enjoying it out here. Watching the Jbay Classic. So log off and lime in. This is Corona Zero time. Ladies, we've got 28.5 minutes remaining, 28.5 minutes on the clock. Currently, the only significant score dropped in this heat is 6.33 for our surfer in the red, Sally Fitzgibbons. And our surfers just positioning themselves out in the lineup. And just taking a look at this one, Sierra Kerr. She's going to paddle for it. And she is up and riding. This is the young Sierra Kerr out of Australia. She's going to kick off the back. So that was her second scoring wave. She's going to look to improve. So surfers, 26 minutes remaining in this heat, 26 on the clock. Just going to come in of a very small score of a 0.63 for blue. So blue Sierra Kerr coming all the way out of Australia. So a very promising young up-and-coming talent. Younger daughter of Josh Kerr. So Sierra, really talented young lady. Of course, one of the top young surfers in the world. She also enjoys to skate. She plays some golf as well every now and again. So it's really cool to see Sierra down here, obviously with her father, Josh Kerr, previous WCT campaigner. So the Kerr family, hopefully they're enjoying their time in South Africa. And of course, we'll see Dad a bit later on, Josh Kerr. So Sierra currently sitting with two scores of 0.4 and a 0.63. So still lots of time on the clock. We've got 25 minutes remaining, surfers. And staying patient out there, the Californian, Sage Erickson. So previous WCT campaigner, also a two-time US champ, is Sage Erickson. And we're watching her paddle here. She's not going to get onto it. And guys, grab yourself some lunch from one of the food trucks at the back. Otherwise, get something from InFood and settle down for a lovely afternoon. If you've just gotten here, this is day number 6 of the Jbay Classic presented by Corona. And we saw some great action this morning, some unique team experiences between all the competitives. And Team Gilmore taking out the win as captain. She had a pretty good team and they really worked well under their belt, or got some good waves under the belt. And especially that tandem wave helping them greatly. It scored a 7.0 and they just nudged Team Akalupo. So first priority is with the surfer in the white. Second priority is with our surfer in the red. And watching this, up and riding. This is Sage Erickson in the white. That's a nice fast section for her to get around. She gets around it, a little off the top on the 20. Cruising down the line, Sage Erickson. The Californian going to work on the inside. Bottom turns, nice snap to the lip for Erickson. And kicks off the back. Meanwhile, we're watching Sally Fitzgibbons. Hollow little section. A frothy wave. Goes to the lip. As she climbs the foam and unfortunately comes unstuck on the inside. So that was a little situation between white and red. Sage Erickson and Sally Fitzgibbons. So scores to drop in shortly. That was the opening wave for Sage.
Chance of your life. Okay.
Some really cool information there, Greg, who's on the boardwalk having some cool interviews. So Sage on a pretty cool board there, some great equipment. And here she goes, up and riding. This is Sage Eriksson. So this is a speedy little wave. She's going to try get around, trying to tuck in. Is there going to be a little tube on offer? And hops off the back. That was Sage Eriksson. Some cool equipments. As we just got all the inside info from our co-commentator Greg Emsley on the deck. So surfers, that first score for white, Sage Eriksson, was a 4.17. The first of white was a 4.17. So currently that's your top score, Sage. You're going to look to improve upon that 4.17. And we saw just a 1.27 for Sierra Kerr. So guys, how this works is the top score of the twin fin will be combined with the top score of the thruster heat. So there's only going to be one scoring ride in this heat that will be taken. That will be combined with the top scoring ride from the thruster heat. And then the top surfers with the combined totals will move through to the next round. So really cool format, really exciting. So you got to surf well on the twin fins and the thrusters. You can't just have a good go on the twin fins and bum out on the thrusters and vice versa. You need to be able to show your variety, your versatility out here. And that's going to take you really far if you can do good in both heats. So priority sitting out the back with our surfer in the red, Sally Fitzgibbon. Second priority with blue, Sierra Kerr. And just chatting to some of our officials up here. We've never quite have a contest just like this with twin fin and thruster surfing combined together. So really exciting. Hopefully this can be the first of more events just like this. So really awesome to be down here at the Jbay Classic presented by Corona. And it's great to see a different format. So I'm sure my co-commentator Greg Emsley is going to be walking around at some stage and interviewing a couple guys, getting some inside information. So it's lunchtime down here at the event, so make sure to grab some lunch, settle in. Next up, we'll see Stephanie Gilmore, Coco Ho, and Sarah Baum. And watching some action here. So 14 minutes remaining in this heat. We've got 14 minutes on the clock. So currently the highest scores from all three of our surfers. In the red, Sally Fitzgibbons, your scoring right at the moment is a 6.33. So that's a 6.33 for Sally Fitzgibbons in the red. You're looking to improve upon that score potentially. Surfer in the blue, Sierra Kerr, you've got a 1.57. And our surfer in the white, Sage Erickson, has got a 4.17. So Sage in the white, your top score, a 4.17. Sally with a 6.33. Sierra, 157. We've got 13 minutes remaining, surfers. So first priority is with white. Second priority goes to red. Third priority with blue.
Have you ever been destroyed, waiting for that call? Growing sick within your heart, but it never shows. Have you ever felt defeated, 'cause you can't move on just like she has? You're falling down and apart, you can't turn it off. I can't wrap my head around it.
So 12 minutes remaining in heat number 1 of the twin fin heats. We'll see 2 of these heats and then potential move on to the men's twin fin heats. So action all day long down here at the Jbay Classic. We had 3 lay days before this, so it's really exciting to get underway with competition. And we do expect the swell to build a little bit more throughout the day. The tide's been pushing. Definitely seen a little bit of an improvement throughout the morning. Just a big thank you to all of the staff working hard behind the scenes. I'm taking a look at the ocean. Big thank you to the Water Patrol, the jet ski operators. You guys are really doing some awesome work keeping our surfers safe here at the Jbay Classic. It's pretty cold and chilly out there, so total commitment when you're doing a job like that. Of course, our lifeguards, our paramedics on stand as well. We appreciate you guys. Thanks for all the efforts. So huge thank you to Merv and crew, Christian Surfers, for all the efforts and all the help, making sure that we sorted out here in the tower, as well as everybody else that's been working hard behind the scenes. And we're watching a paddle. None of our surfers are going to get onto it. We've got 10 minutes remaining. 10 minutes remaining, surfers. Currently the highest score for red, Sally Fitzgibbon, is a 6.33. That's your scoring wave, Sally. Sierra Kerr is on a 1.57, looking to improve, with Sage Erickson on a high score of a 4.17. So remind you guys, the top score for this heat will be taken and added to the top score of the thruster heat. Those 2 scores will be put together. So 1 wave from the thrusters, 1 wave from the twin fins, and combined, and the top 2 scores from that combined 2 heats will then move through to the next round. So really interesting format, really cool, and it just shows you that these surfers have to be versatile on different types of equipment out there. So all of them in the contest has specifically been chosen because of their versatility between different types of craft. So at the moment, Sally Fitzgibbons is sitting with the highest score of the heats of a 6.33. So she was a 3 times world title runner-up in 2010, 11, and 12. 12 career CT event wins. Total of 15 years on tour. So experience coming from the likes of Sally Fitzgibbons. She's the most experienced surfer in this current heat. Of course, you've also got Sage Eriksson. She was on tour for 7 years. She was ranked 8th in the world in 2017. And she got a 5th place in Jeffreys Bay in 2018. So it's great to see Sage out here. She's got 1 career CT event win at the 2017 US Open Surfing Championships. And of course, Sierra Kerr, the young lady, the 2023 World Junior Champ. She took out the win this year at the Urban Surf Pro QS 3000. She also took out another win in the Port Stevens Pro Champ, a QS 1000. So she's really got a couple of wins under her belt, has Sierra Kerr. And she got a 9th place on the Gold Coast last year in the Challenger Series. She also got a 3rd just the other day in Niaz. Her dad also did pretty well in that contest. So she's looking like she's on form. And we can expect to see a lot more from Sierra Kerr. So 7 minutes remaining on the clock, surfers. Priority with red, 2nd priority blue, 3rd priority with white. And watching this is Sierra Kerr pumping down the line on that 20. This is a fast section, little head dip for her. With 6 minutes remaining. And we'll see our ladies in the next heats making their way out into the lineup soon. We'll see Stephanie Gilmore, Coco Ho, and Sarah Baum. So, of course, Steph Gilmore taking out the win here in Jbay. She took out the win in 2018. So, previous champ, of course, 8-time world champ as well. So, that's going to be a great heat coming up next. So I hope you guys are enjoying the early stages of the afternoon. Go grab a lovely Corona and a breakfast or lunch somewhere and settle in for some great surfing. Here we go with Sage Eriksson. So she's currently trying to improve upon her score. And a hollow section there for Sage. Her high score currently a 4.17. We've got 5 minutes remaining. We've got 5 minutes on the clock, surfers. So we've got under 5 minutes to go. 4 minutes on the clock. And it looks like the ocean might just give our surfers one last opportunity. You can see our ladies in the next heat paddling out. They're going to look for a gap in between the sets. So priority is with red, second priority with blue. So red, Sally Fitz a little bit too deep for this one. And paddling hard for this Sierra Kerr. She is up and riding, cruising down the line. It's a long wall, it's stretching ahead of her. Nice carve for Sierra. Another one, this looks like her best wave so far. Bottom turn straight up into the lip. So some good surfing there. Sierra Kerr in the blue, the young Australian, is going to get a score on the board. I'm no judge myself, but she's currently sitting with a small score. So very likely that she's going to improve upon her score, Sierra Kerr. And we've got under 3 minutes to go, so not much time remaining on the clock. So Sierra was just looking for a completion there, and she did find it. And it does take total commitment, especially over the shallow ledge, to go up and come down successfully. They're landing in about waist deep water there. And last the blue, Sierra Kerr, a 5.5. That's a 5.5 for last the blue. So that is your highest score so far, Sierra, a 5.5. So that score is going to go into your tally. And we are only taking the highest score from this heat. When the ladies surf the thrusters, we'll take their top score from the thrusters and we'll combine it. We'll do a little bit of maths, quick maths, and combine it with their highest score from the twin fins. And then those surfers with the top 2 wave totals will move through to the next round. We got 1.5 minute surfers, 1.5 to go. Watching Sage Eriksson now up and riding. And Sage pulling into the barrel. There she goes. She's not going to make it out, so finding some almost said finding some sage. Finding some shade does Sage. We got 1 minute on the clock, surfers. 1 minute. So Sage finding some shade. So under a minute to go. Sally Fitzgibbons is going to paddle hard for this one, looking to improve upon her score. So Sally with the bottom turn. That's a nice little turn in the pockets. Wraps another one. And that one speeds off down the line. Meanwhile, blue, Sierra Kerr, now taking a look at this insider. She's paddling hard. She's up and riding. We got 15 seconds remaining. So nice wrap in the pockets. She's advancing down the line, pumping hard. 10 seconds. That's a nice turn off the top. Sierra is still styling on this one. We'll count you guys down in 3, 2, 1. So that does signal the end of heat number 1 for the twin fins here in the ladies. Well, the women's twin fin edition. So next up we'll move on to heat number 2. So ladies, keep your positions in heat number 2. The judges are just locking in that final score for our surf in the blue. Sierra Kerr. So surfers in the next heat, just stand by. We'll count you down soon. Looks like we're almost ready to go, so just hold your position, surfers. And we're going to count you guys down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that's a fresh 45 minutes on the clock for heat number 2 here in the ladies' twin fin session. So congratulations to all the ladies in the previous heats. We saw Sage Eriksson lock in a score of a 4.17. That's going to go into her 2-wave total. Sierra Kerr locked in a wave of a 5.50. That was her top score. And of course, the highest wave in that heat was Sally Fitzgibbons. She dropped in a score of a 6.33 on the twin fin. So now the surfers will cast their attention to the thrusters after the twin fin to try and add to those scores. This is your heat 2 of the twin fins. So introducing our surfers in the lineup. We've got the South African surfer in the white. She's going to be going to the Olympics next month to represent the country. That's Sarah Baum. Also qualifying through the trials. So great to see her out there in the white. We've also got the Hawaiian surfer Coco Ho in the blue. And then of course the 8-time world champ Steph Gilmore is in the red singlets. So these heats being 45 minutes long gives our surfers plenty of time to lock in a good score. And you guys aren't going to be able to go anywhere because there's action coming up next. We'll move into our men's twin fin rounds. We'll see Adriano de Souza, Jose Faulkner and Luke Thompson up next in the first heat of your men's twin fins. And up and riding. This is Sarah Baum. So Sarah Baum, South African surfer, been really doing well on the Challenger Series. Of course, qualified to compete and represent South Africa in the Olympics. So we're really proud. And I'm sure she's really proud to represent the country. We're really anticipating the Olympics next month. And that first score comes in as a 2.33. So just warming up the legs, Sarah Baum. Of course, Sarah also qualified through the trials last weekend. So last week, Friday and Saturday, we ran the trials for the Jbay Classic. Sarah Baum taking out the win for the ladies. Luke Thompson took out the win for the men. And we do have 42 minutes remaining, so tons of time on the clock. Hope you guys are having a good afternoon. It's Lacquer Vibes here in Jeffreys Bay. We're stoked to have you guys. And I'm going to hand the mic back over to my co-commentator, Greg Emsley. He's going to take you guys through the rest of this heat.
So we have just the one score coming through for Sarah Baum in white, 2.33.
stay. But for a while I thought that I wouldn't break. I need something else to clear my head. Someone to tell me how to live instead. Just open your eyes and take my advice. Stop rolling the dice and just compromise. It's the chance of your life. Okay, try to be brave. You have so much to say. Take control of your own life. Right now, every mistake makes you feel like a fake. Take control of your own life. Without any thought, I keep moving on. I don't even care if my soul is gone. So many words that I should have said. Not concerned about how to live instead. Just open your eyes and take my advice. Stop rolling the dice and just compromise. It's the chance of your life. Okay, try to be brave. You have so much to say. Take control of your own life. Right now, every mistake makes you feel like a fake. Take control of your own life. Nothing in life is good.
So just checking out a bit of equipment that our ladies have opted to ride. Sarah Baum has been testing out a few twin fins here over the last couple of days. Of course, winning the trials. And she eventually got aboard through Stephen Sawyer. And it's the Shimer Buttonshaw SB twin. And Shimer actually shapes a few boards for Craig Anderson. And this board that Sarah is on is a 511. So 511 twin fin. And the board apparently feels really positive. It drives right through the calves without sliding out. And you don't feel like you need to nurse the turns. You can actually push through the turns. So that is the equipment that Sarah Baum has opted for. Of course, we did speak to Coco, and she's on one of her own models, the EXO.
Do you lie awake at night? Are you afraid to turn out the lights? Is there something you're scared of? What's there out in the dark? Make sure to keep all your windows locked. Do you surrender?
We see Coco, Surf and Blue, having a look at this one. Nice and tight in the pocket on that first turn. So fitting in a few maneuvers on her first wave. And we have Surf and Red up and riding, Stephanie Gilmore. And she is ripping off the top on that first turn. And this is the pickled fork twin fin surfboard that she's riding. You see Sarah Baum behind. And Sarah getting nice positive drive on that board. So you can see why she's chosen it. And really being able to push through those turns, so looking strong. So got some scores to come through for all three of our surfers there. So looking at the board that Steph Gilmore is on. And that is the Ryan Birch pickled fork. If you look at the Ryan Birch pickled fork, it's a very interesting surfboard design. It has an asymmetrical outline with 2 points in the tail and 2 points in the nose. So you'll see both tail and nose has 2 points in it. It's got deep single concaves running throughout the rail of the board, going quite deep before the fins. The board's designed for a lot of acceleration, as we could see on that wave. It's extremely responsive rail to rail and holds very well in the steepest part of the wave. So the board, if you look at Ryan Birch's website, is best for fast sections and down the line surfing, which is exactly what we have here at Super Tubes Jbay. Especially now with the cleaner walls and the higher tide. Comes very quick along this inside section, but I quite like Supers when it starts doing this. It gets really clean and bowls out through this little car park section. If you have enough speed and can get compact enough, you can get some nice little tube rides through this bowly section. But couple of scores. The best of this heat comes for Stephanie Gilmore, a 4.17. Coco Ho, your last wave, a 3.83. And last of Sarah, a 2.4. So folks, if you're sitting down, have a good look at our ocean. We've got some beautiful lines approaching. Stephanie Gilmore up and riding on a great looking set wave. Loading up, lots of speed, snaps in the pocket. The Ryan Birch, doesn't hold the final maneuver. So mistake there. Coco now. So waves being provided for our surfers. Coco onto the car park section. This wave standing up for her. Sarah behind. Coco working this one. Sarah's out. Coco is also out. So great looking set wave running all the way down the point here. So just maybe we're seeing swell starting to fill in a little bit here at Super Tubes. We see Stephanie Gilmore up on this wave. So we did see our swell charts giving a moderate swell size for today, but more importantly, the angle through the afternoon is predicted to bend a little bit more south, so hopefully giving us some more opportunities into the afternoon. Sarah Baum having a paddle out the back, not getting into that one. So second of red was a 2.17. Last of white, a 0.43. All right, so second of blue came in at a 2.5 and last of red a 1.57. So the highest score of the heat so far goes to Stephanie Gilmore with a 4.17. Coco Ho in blue, you have a 3.83. And Sarah Baum with a 2.4. Just on 29 minutes remaining. So just looking at that last heat, we saw Sally Fitzgibbons currently on top of the ladies' leaderboard with a 6.33. Sierra Kerr with a 5.5. Sage Eriksson with a 4.17. So currently in this heat, Stephanie Gilmore matching that 4.17 of Sage Eriksson. And remember, we are running the hybrid format with a leaderboard crossing over between the two styles, board styles, the twin fin and the short board. So today we're going to look to get through the twin fin side of the format with men and women. We are hoping in competition to get 2 rounds of twin fin and 2 rounds of the thruster surfboards done, which is 3 fins between men and women. And then it will be your top 4 surfers from men and top 4 from the women that will make up your semi-finals. And from there we will go back to the bracket format and into the finals. So very important to find that one single wave in these heats. "27 minutes remaining. We are watching the Jbay Classic, and already we've seen some classic surfing through the morning. The team event was something exciting and new. Right now the best team to be part of is Team Corona up in the Casa Corona. Go and find your seat, the sun's coming out. Great time to crack open an ice cold beer. Of course, we can also opt for the Corona Zero, 0% alcohol. And this is the first time it's launched in South Africa at an event. Also contains vitamin D apparently, as we see Steph Gilmore on a smaller looking wave here, working a bit of speed. Oh, just feeling that board. Quick ride for Surfer in Blue, Coco Ho. So that does leave our surfer Sarah Baum, our local surfer, preparing for the Olympics out the back with first priority. So Coco Ho will have a look at this first wave of the set. Watch out the back for Sarah Baum moving wide. Coco working this one on the inside. She finishes. Great looking wave for Sarah Baum, the South African. Beautiful speed on that board. Getting through the car park section now, loading up. Great snap off the top, lots of spray. Up into the finish. Can she get something else? She's looking for the barrel. She tucks in. And just doesn't make it out the barrel, but a couple of good maneuvers there for Sarah Baum. running through the car park section, nice and steep on those maneuvers. Sarah Baum, Mashaima Buttonshaw, the SB twin, looking pretty happy on that board. I'm looking at the review and seeing what he says about the equipment. It really holds strong through the turns. You can see Sarah Baum also opting for a little bit more length, 5'11" out of that twin fin. So you saw those turns throwing lots of spray. So a point of difference for me there. All right, so looking at our leaderboard, folks. In the ladies' side of the draw, the highest score on the leaderboard is with Sally Fitzgibbons, a 6.33. Couple of scores coming through. Last of red, a 2.47. Last of blue, a 2.77. And joining Sally Fitzgibbons on top of the leaderboard, Sarah Baum, your last score is 6.33. So Sarah Baum matching Sally Fitzgibbons' score, the 6.33. Local South African surfer Sarah Baum up on top, joined first on the leaderboard with Sally Fitzgibbons. So 2 committed turns with lots of spray, lots of torque coming off that board. Attacked the barrel at the end, just never came out. But work done out the back with those 2 major turns. And the amount of speed was incredible. So Sarah looking very comfortable on her equipment. 21.5 minutes to go. So lots of time here. So right now on the leaderboard, we have 2 surfers tie for first, Sally Fitzgibbons and Sarah Baum. We got Sierra Kerr in third with a 5.5, and then a tie fourth at the moment for Sage Eriksson with a 4.17, and Steph Gilmore in the water currently has a 4.17 as well. We see Coco Ho having a look at this wave. Sun's coming out, clean walls. So I tell you what, all these different types of surfboards that we're seeing being used here, it's pretty interesting. I love just running through all the boards and all the equipment. I reckon tonight around the table at the Casa Corona there's going to be lots of talk about the different styles of twin fin used and what look good. Perhaps what board you're going to order next. The best part for me is the messages I get from the various shapers on why their board is the best. And trust me, every single shaper in the world believes they are the best shaper in the world. None of them will say they're the second best. But if you're not sure what to ride, then you can go and get the Ryan Birch pickled fork twin that Steph Gilmore's on, the hybrid board. It's basically 2 or 3 boards in one. Very interesting concept, but I like the look of it. Yeah, she goes, yeah. Definitely draws a nice line. It's made for the point breaks. Oh, look how much spray comes off that board. So that's probably that concept, that asymmetrical 2 boards in one. We did see Steph make a mistake on that bigger set wave earlier, but I feel her best wave is still to come. But up and riding, Sarah Baum, joint heat leader on the leaderboard, that is. Building up some great speed on this equipment. Nice snap off the top there. And that one just runs away from her. So 15 minutes to go, 15 minutes remaining. Coming up next, we will see the men's first round of the twin fins. Adriana De Souza, Jose Faulkner and Luke Thompson. Full afternoon of surfing lined up for us here. And it's all twin fin action today. It's going to be good times. And good times can be made into better times if you grab a Corona. So go up to Casa Corona, grab yourself a bucket of 5 Coronas with ice covering your favorite beverage. You can also mix up a bit of Corona Zero as well. Find a nice perch for the afternoon. Relax. Unwind. This is living. Log off and lime in. Alternatively, you could grab a Red Bull and run up and down the contest area like I've been doing. Otherwise, Dawn Patrol wines. They have some beautiful beverages in a can, served either at room temperature or chilled. So last of red comes in, it's your best score. So Stephanie Gilmore, your last wave, a 4.77. So last of red, a 4.77. So Sarah Baum, you have the highest score of the heat, a 6.33. Stephanie Gilmore, you have a 4.77. And Coco Ho with a 3.83. So your updated leaderboard is Sally Fitzgibbons and Sarah Baum are tied with a 6.33. We then got Sierra Kerr with a 5.5 and Stephanie Gilmore in fourth with a 4.77. So according to our leaderboard, those four surfers are currently on top and heading towards the semi-finals, but of course we've still got lots more surfing in our hybrid format. 11 minutes to go.
Without any thought, I keep moving on. I don't even care if my soul is gone. So many words that I should have said. Not concerned about how to live instead. Just open your eyes and take my
10 minutes to go.
roll on the dice and just compromise. It's the chance of your life. Okay, try to be brave. You have so much to say. Take control of your own life.
So the hardest part about surfing a heat at Jbay is, even when it's small like this, is leaving these little runners to go by because you're waiting for a very good wave. It's just so clean and fun. You want to ride everything, so you've got to be quite disciplined. You wait for those good ones.
Okay, try to be brave. You have so much to say. Take control of your own life. Okay, try to be brave. You have so much to say.
So once again, huge thank you, Corona, Red Bull, the Kocha Municipality, Eastern Cape Provincial Government, the House of Mandela, the Freedom Project, Sealand, Dawn Patrol Wines, and Grit.
Do you lie awake at night? Are you afraid to turn out the lights? Is there something you're scared of? What's there out in the
So, big thank you to my friend Jackie Dillon from Australia, who has kindly brought me a box of Tim Tams. Steph, I'm sure you'll have a Tim Tam or two. So I've got a nice box of Tim Tams coming my way. We have some coffee, quick coffee, and the Tim Tam, and then I'm going to go back to Corona. All right, folks, I just saw a surfer at the top of the point at Boneyards get a really good looking wave. But take a look out in front. Super Tubes, Jeffreys Bay, having a look. Coco Ho, one of the waves of the morning, lining up, beautiful wall. Rips that first turn off the top, speeds up into the car park section, deep off the bottom, another snap. Look how clean this wave is. Beautiful. Sarah Barn behind. Coco out of the lip. Sarah behind Coco in the barrel. She comes out. Great surfing. Sarah with a big wrap. Stephanie behind. Sarah Barn ripping off the top. Stephanie with a huge turn. Sarah with another turn. Floats up and over. Completes that maneuver. What a combination of rides. So Stephanie Gilmore out, but look at that wave of Coco Ho. Some major maneuvers. She gets the barrel, sneaks out of the doggy door, and then behind Sarah Baum, a couple of big open face calves, and hit that last maneuver critical and just attacked that lip and rode out of that final turn. So start thinking about these numbers. Our judges are going to discuss these scores. You put a score in your brain and let's see where we come. But I'm thinking we got two scores that are going somewhere up there in the leaderboard, higher up the top end. Whoa, so those waves were just fantastic. Straight offshore winds here at Super Tubes Jeffreys Bay. We're down to under 4 minutes, so 3.5 minutes remaining. Waiting for some scores. And what an asset it was for Coco Ho to hold priority for the set of the day to come through and get such a canvas to display the surfing she wanted to display. Of course, Coco riding her own equipment here, the XO Coco. All right, so we have a change in the leaderboard, folks. Last score coming in for Sarah Baum, an 8.33. And last wave for Coco Ho comes in at an 8.83. As we see red going down, so the leaderboard has changed. Coco Ho at the top. Coco Ho, your last wave, an 8.83. Sarah Baum, your last wave, an 8.33. So Coco Ho at the top of the leaderboard. Sarah Baum, second on the leaderboard. We then have Sally Fitzgibbons, third on the leaderboard, and Sierra Kerr in fourth. So important exchange of rides there. 90 seconds remaining. So 90 seconds to go. I'll tell you what, the lineup here at Super Tube starting to wake up now. Starting to produce those walls. This is the second heat of the ladies. Just over a minute to go. Is it over? I would say not. Because a lot can happen in a minute, folks. A lot, especially in surfing. And especially when you got the greatest woman of all time paddling into a good-looking wave, Stephanie Gilmore, up and riding. Nice wrap to start. Sets up. In the pocket. Carving off the top. Lots of spray. She's going to work into the car park section. Sarah Baum behind. Up and riding. Stephanie snapping. Oh, beautiful turn for Stephanie. She looks for the barrel. She tucks in. Sarah looks for the barrel. They both are out. So we've got 30 seconds to go. So some good turns out the back for Stephanie. Where is that score going to put her? 10 seconds to go. And we are going to count this one out in 3, 2, 1. Right, so next heat is on hold. All right, last of Stephanie Gilmore, 7.17. So all three of our surfers go top three of the leaderboard. Set your watches, surfers. We're going to count you down. In 3, 2. Hold your positions, surfers. Hold positions. Hold your positions. We have not started this heat. All right, counting you down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, your heat is on. So we are into the men's and having a paddle straight off the bat. Looks like white. Luke Thompson, Tomo, ripping off the top. Deep off the bottom turn. Slashes the second turn. Into the third, so a couple of good maneuvers to start. Waves are lighting up here, folks. Luke Thompson vertical on the inside, driving off the bottom, gets the layback, so gets a bit of variation there. So good start for Luke Thompson, local surfer. So looking at our leaderboard after that last heat, in the women's section of the format, we do have Coco Ho on top of the leaderboard with 8.83. In second, South Africa's Sarah Baum with an 8.33. Stephanie Gilmore in third with that last ride coming in at a 7.17. And then we have Sally Fitzgibbons in fourth with a 6.33.
So my fellow commentator Greg's going to be down on the boardwalk in the athletes area interviewing some of our surfers. So I'll be with you guys through this next heat. So we saw a great looking wave, an opening number there for our surfer in the white, Luke Thompson. So successfully ended off that wave. And wow, we are just watching Jbay come alive in front of us. So guys, we hope you guys are here and enjoying the afternoon. So grab some snacks, some lunch, maybe an early afternoon Corona, and settle in for some action here at the Jbay Classic. This is your men's twin fin round one. Adriano D'Souza, previous champion here in Jbay in 2012. Jose Faulkner, the local legend, as well as Luke Thompson, representing the country on the Challenger Series. He came through the trials. So that's score for white. Luke Thompson dropping in shortly. And watching this, just cruising. I've got to look at Luke Thompson's board as he ran down the boardwalk. And he's on a twin pin. Nice and loose off the top. As he progresses down the line, lays it back. So some good surfing there from Luke Thompson on the 20. I don't think I've ever seen Luke Thompson or Jose Faulkner on a twin fin, so it's really interesting to see these guys on this type of equipment. But I can tell you, judging on Luke Thompson's first wave, they are really making it look good out there. So the first score for white, Luke Thompson, comes in at a 6.83. That's a 6.83 for first of white, Luke Thompson. Your second score not going to be going into your top at 2.83. So you're sitting with that top score of a 6.83, your first ride. Some smooth surfing there, and that's just the start of the heat. So really exciting to see what the young man in the white, Luke Thompson, can do on the twin fin. And this is so exciting to be down here because this is one of the most unique events that's ever been held by the WSL, the Jbay Classic, presented by Corona. Next up, we'll see Matt Wilkinson, the local surfer Stephen Sawyer, as well as the Style Master Josh Kerr. So those surfers will be coming up next. They're all riding twin fins. So how this format works is the top score from the twin fins will be taken, and it will be added to the top score of the thrusters. So right now we're surfing the twin fin heats. We'll get to you guys later on in the competition with the thruster heats. So those two scores will be merged together. So your skills on the twin fin and the thruster are equally as important, 50-50. And of course, the surfers with the highest two scores on the twin fin and thrusters will move through to the next round. So this, of course, is the twin fin heat. So only one of these scores will count towards the leaderboard for each surfer. And we're watching a paddle out the back. And here we go. This is your 2015 world champion from Brazil, Adriano D'Souza. So Adriano, bottom turns, nice snap into the lip. Cruising down the line on this Jbay wall. And he's going to carve this section. Nice down carve there. Little tuck into the barrel for Adriano. He's going to pull off the back. So that was the opening score for red, Adriano D'Souza. Of course, you also got Jose Faulkner. So Jose, a local surfer here from Jeffreys Bay. In 2022, he surfed out here in the Jbay Open as a wild card. So great to see him back. And like I said earlier, I'm really excited to see what these surfers can do on twin fins. I don't think I've seen any of these surfers in this heat surf twin fins before. But judging on the way that they are riding these opening waves, I think we're in for a treat. Thank you so much, Greg Emsley on the decks. So interviewing some of the surfers in the last heat. So we're seeing Jbay come alive a little bit more. Hope you guys are enjoying the action. So this is your twin fin round one, heat number one for your men's. So far, surfer in the white, Luke Thompson, has got a high score of a 6.33. Surfer in the red, Adriano, your first wave of 4.0. So that's a 4.0, the opening score for Adriano de Souza. And yet to get underway is blue, Jose Faulkner. We've got 35 minutes remaining, 35 minutes on the clock. Priority is with blue, second priority white, third priority red. So the sun has come out. We had a brief spell of some rain earlier today, but luckily it hasn't lasted too long. And it looks like it's going to be a good afternoon. The wind has picked up, but we have seen a bit of an increase as the tide is pushed. Here we go with the Brazilian surfer, Adriano. It's going to be an in and out for him. The first score for red was a 4.0, so that currently is his scoring ride. Of course, Adriano de Souza also took out the win here in 2012. It was a 6-star WQS contest back then, 12 years ago. And he'll definitely look to take out another win here at Jbay this year in 2024. The Brazilian surfer, definitely one of my favorite surfers that's ever come out of Brazil. He's always a fan favorite. So great to see Adriano de Souza down here. And he's with the two young South Africans, Jose Faulkner, as well as Luke Thompson. So both of these surfers competing and competed on the Challenger Series. And they really are young up-and-coming talents, Jose and Luke. Luke originally from Durban, but now residing in Cape Town. Jose right down the road here in Jeffreys Bay. So both really cool guys. And they're probably frothing to get a heat out here with only two others in the water. So far, the highest score of the heat goes to Luke Thompson in the white with a 6.83. So Luke Thompson has been on a tear the last year or so. So about a year ago, he competed as the wild card here in the Jbay Open last year. This year, he's really got a win under his belt a couple of weeks ago at the WQS contest at New Pier in Durban. And obviously, he made his way through to the main event via the trials. Is it Luke Thompson? So budding young talent, local guy here from South Africa. So 31 minutes remain in this heat. 31 minutes on the clock. And if we can take a look at the last heat, an 8.83 drop by Coco Ho, and 8.33 by Sarah Baum. We are in for some good conditions, so some really good scoring potential out there when those sets do roll through the lineup. Thank you to everyone that's been working hard behind the scenes, watching Cody McGregor walk down the deck. What's up, Cody? Grant Clegg, hope you're doing well up the deck as well on the film. And he'll be having something to film there, just an in and out for Adriano D'Souza. So we've got lots of staff that's working really hard behind the scenes. Big thank you, Merv and crew from Christian Surfers, for working really hard, sorting us out here in the tower, the athletes deck, the VIP area. So many hands come together to make this contest work, and we really appreciate all the help behind the scenes. Of course, a big thank you to the Kocha local municipality as well. Without them, this would not be possible. And we do have just under 30 minutes remaining, 29 and a half on the clock. Currently the highest wave of the heat so far goes to Luke Thompson with a 6.83. Adriano D'Souza with a wave of a 4.0. Looking to improve upon that. And sitting with priority out the back is the local surfer, Jbay Faulkner. Really exciting young talent. He's been around the scene for the last 10 years or so. And still growing in his surfing is Jose. And up and riding, this is Adriano D'Souza, the Brazilian surfer, cruising down the line. Nice bottom turn. Nice carve in the pocket for Adriano. And it's a speedy little wave as it races down the point. He's going to look for one more maneuver to end off. And he's just cruising. Adriano D'Souza having some fun out there. Sometimes there's nothing better than at Super Tubes to just go down the line, the speed that you generate, the lines that you draw, especially if you're high lining. Sometimes it feels like you're flying. And our surfers just positioning themselves out the back. And watching this, a paddle up and riding. This is your surfer, so make some noise for the local boy. This is Jbay Faulkner. So Jose off the top on the 20. He's on a Smith Shapes board. Climbs the foam. Any Jbay Faulkner fans on the beach? Can hear one or two claps from the deck. Jose going to the lip. Gets another turn off the top and goes down. So that was the opening score that's about to come in for our surfer in the blue, Jbay Faulkner. Score to come in for blue. And it's the top score of the heat for blue. He's only ridden one wave, so we'll see what the judges think. So you guys better not go anywhere. Next up, we'll see the likes of Matt Wilco, Stephen Sawyer, and Josh Kerr. Good afternoon to everybody down here at the contest sites. If you've just joined us, day number 6 of the Jbay Classic, presented by Corona. And it's been such a privilege being down here myself, as well as my co-commentator Greg Emsley. We've really been enjoying taking you guys through some of these heats. And what a privilege. We get to see some of the country's best talents, as well as some legends from around the world. Past champions here in Jbay. We've got past world champs as well. So much talent, joined by the experience of the legends. And it's not often that we get to see a unique event like this. So this is a WSL speciality event, if you're wondering. It does not fall part of the Championship Tour or the QS or the Challenger Series. But it's a speciality invitee contest. Surfers from around the world, past champions, some legends in the sport, as well as some local surfers, all got the opportunity to come down here to compete in twin fins as well as thrusters, so 2 different disciplines. This morning we saw the team challenge, which is really unique and really cool. Team Gilmore took out the win in the team challenge. But of course, this is tallying up for the leaderboard of the individual contest. So the best twin fin score will be added to the best score on the thrusters. Those two scores will be combined and put together, and the top two will advance through to the next round. And of course, we'll be crowning an overall champion over the weekend as we advance through the rounds. These are the early stages, though, of the twin fins. We saw the ladies surf. Last heat really exciting. Steph Gilmore dropping a 7.17. Sarah Baum dropping an 8.33. And Coco Hove with that high score of an 8.83. So all three of those surfers looking strong with their twin fin scores. The first score for blue, Jose Faulkner, was a 5.17. That's a 5.17 for Jose Faulkner. And watching priority, Luke Thompson, a big paddle out the back. So are there any Luke Thompson fans on the deck? Hearing some cheers. Here he goes down the line on a good-looking Super Tubes wall. So Luke Thompson progressing down the line, gets around the section, and he's going to opt to kick off. Meanwhile, Jose Faulkner up and riding, so the two South Africans trading waves. Jose with a big floater, he's going to kick off the back. So a couple scores will come in. It's not going to go into the total, I'm assuming, for white and blue. So blue sitting with a 5.17 and white sitting with a 6.83. Last the white comes through to 2.53, so that obviously not going into his top score. Just the 0.63 for blue. So Luke, your top score is still a 6.83. Jose Faulkner in the blue, your top score of 5.17. And Adriano de Souza, you're still sitting with a top score of a 4.0. So these surfers looking to build upon these scores with 23 minutes remaining. Priority out the back with red, second priority blue, third priority goes to white.